seminar is going to impact the way you were coaching your athletes and the way fights are now scored. So it's very important that you came today, and we're really happy that you all came. We're very lucky to have them here. They're very high-level AIBA officials. They've got a lot of experience. They've been to Olympics. Nieva was part of the female boxing delegation, technical delegation at the London Olympics last summer. And Uncle Herb has been a long time in boxing. He's been to many Olympics. How many Olympics have you been to?
How many Olympics? 7, 8?
Six Olympics. So there's a wealth of information here for them to give us. They've given similar seminars at the China Cup and in Sri Lanka. I'd like to introduce to you Embuldeniya and Nieva, and they will be giving a seminar on the new scoring system.
We're very happy that we are here and that all of you are here to listen to the seminar. There have been a lot of changes in AIBA over the last few years. The most radical changes are taking place this year. And as of this year, there have been so many changes that if you are aware of it, you can coach your athletes to satisfy the requirements of selection, and your officials can also satisfy the requirements for upgrading as officials. Now, I don't know whether you have started the star system, whether any of your officials in Manitoba are 1, 2, or 3 star, or whether any of your coaches in Manitoba or in Canada are 1, 2, and 3 star. Because rules are coming in, we'll explain the rules later, that you cannot take a team out of Canada or international competition unless you're a 3-star official or a 3-star coach. So it's very good time for you to start thinking of getting a star promotions, because otherwise you will be left out of the picture. But basically, the changes are fairly wide this year. One of the main reasons is that AIBA has decided that instead of just doing Olympic boxing, that they'll be involved with professional boxing also as part of the AIBA program. So AIBA now has actually 3 areas that they cover, or will be covering. One is the normal Olympic program. Then there is the World Series of Boxing, which is a franchise, and we'll explain that how it comes about. And then finally this year, beginning of next year, they start the AIBA professional wing. So all these 3 areas will come under one regulatory group, the International Boxing Federation. And that brought in a number of changes. For example, even the word amateur will not be used anymore. So all countries that have amateur association have to change their name and call it either Boxing Manitoba or some other name, but not the word amateur will not be there anymore. Will not be used. And so will the logo. The logo of the Manitoba Association, Amateur Boxing Association, will have to change because it will have to be in keeping with the International Federation. So lot of basic changes are taking place in the running of the sport in the world. Now that brings in a number of questions, number of changes, even the simple thing of the age limit. The age limit for boxers up to now has been 32, but it's now gone up to 40. So you can box either as a female or as a male from the age of 19 to 40. But there is no 17-18 group. And you will have the elite boxers, the boys and girls from 19 to 40 will be fighting under, or will be boxing under the category elite. Elite men, elite women. There's no word as senior men and senior women. So basic things like that are changing. Then you have youth. Next to the elite group, there's the youth group, and then the junior group. There is no group called intermediate. So you might have to change a lot of thinking. The way you organize tournaments, calling them intermediate or whatever, it has to be in keeping with the international regulations. That will be easy for you to choose people for teams, because you can't have a different category in Manitoba and other places, and then expect to select a team to go internationally. Because internationally the team will be elite, youth, and junior. We'll explain the details of that later. Now, another thing is head guards. We were there when head guards were introduced. Canada was really the forefront in the introduction of the head guards. Jerry Shears was the president of Canadian boxing in the 80s, and we introduced head guards. But now the head guards are being taken away from the elite. But remember, it's only the elite men that will not have head guards. Elite women, youth, and juniors will still have head guards. So the only group that will not have head guard is the elite. Now there again, countries after June 1st are allowed to have a competition within their country, not international, within their country without head guards for the elite. But internationally, it will only come into operation after the World Championships in October, the World Elite Boxing Championships in Kazakhstan, and that is the first competition where head guards will not be used in an international competition. Now from there on, there will be no more head guards used for the elite group. So similarly, there are a number of little changes. Not little, there are major changes, and unless you get used to it. And another simple thing, the word stop doesn't stop the clock. Up to now, when the referee says stop, the timekeeper stops the clock. But now onwards, the stop will be there, and you will be giving instructions. The referee can give instructions quickly during the stop, after he says stop, but the clock will run on. So that's a very big change, because that means that the boxing will continue. The time for the 3-minute round will continue without stopping, other than under special circumstances. Where, for example, if a boy, the gloves have to be changed or the head guards have to be changed, the referee will say time, and when the referee says time, the stopwatch will stop. So there's a new word that's coming in. All this time we used to say referees have only 3 words of command: stop, box, and break. But now there's a 4th one that comes called time. It will be like a timeout in any other game, but for very serious situations where time is needed to attend to it, like for example, the gloves are broken, are torn, or the shoes come out, or something like that, then you send the boxer to the offending boxer given timer. And another major thing is if there is a KO, like a KO body, there is no problem. But if there is a low blow, if a low blow is struck, the referee can say time, and the boy has 90 seconds to be attended to before he comes back into the boxing. So just because he got a low blow doesn't necessarily mean that the box will stop. So there are a number of little variations we will explain to you that you will get used to. It's a matter of getting used to. The timekeeper has more work to do. The supervisor, there is no jury. There is no jury under the new rules. There's a supervisor, one supervisor in charge of that competition. And there is one evaluator of the referees who will sit next to the supervisor. And the third person will be the supervisor, the person who is looking after the judges evaluator. And he will sit at another spot. And the spots around the ring will change. We'll explain that to you with a diagram. Instead of judges being on the 4 sides of the ring, they'll only be on 3 sides. So the front side that you are used to, where judge number 1 and the jury is just behind it, will no longer be in operation. Now, if you see the jury table, there won't be a judge in front here. There will be 2 judges on the left-hand side, which is judge 1 and 2, judge 3 at the back, and judge 4 and 5 on the right-hand side. So those are the 5 judges with seating arrangements. So that will change. The doctor's seat will be changed. And as a result of it, the supervisor will be closer to the ring than at present. At present, we have a supervisor and we have a judge in front of him, and then the ring. But the judge's seat will be removed, and you will have only 1 row of seats for the supervisor, the evaluator of the referees, and the evaluator of the judges will be behind judge number 3. I'm sorry, judge number, yeah, 1, 2, 3, behind judge number 3, behind the judge number 3 will be the judges evaluator. Now the jury really is those 3 people, the judges evaluator, the referees evaluator, and the supervisor. So we go into details of the other changes, but basically there are a number of radical changes that you've got to get used to when you're either refereeing or as a coach. Now there are 3 coaches allowed. Instead of 2 coaches in the corner, you can have 3 coaches. And the coaches can instruct, but they can't stand up and instruct. They can sit in their seats and make the instructions. But if they get up and stand, they can be found fault with, but not by the referee. Earlier up to now, the referee used to find fault with the coach and send the coach out. All those work of sending a coach out, suspending the coach, all those things that come under the purview of the supervisor. So the supervisor will send a message to the corner and say that you're talking too much, or cheering too much, or shouting too much, and we give a warning. But the referee will have nothing to do with the coaches.
So are they still in the zone though? You know, last couple of years they incorporated like that zone they have to be in so many meters away from the ring. That's still,
Those zones are there. The field of play and the zone is all there. But the difference is the referee does not stop the coach from shouting on or behaving in whatever work form. That is the work of the supervisor. So the referee controls the bout, but not the coaches. So the coaches also have to be careful, but just because they are not being controlled by the referee, it doesn't mean that the supervisor will not send him away. The supervisor has the same powers of sending the coach away for a period, for a particular bout, or for that session, or for the whole of the tournament. Those powers are all still there, but they are administered not by the referee judge, but by the supervisor. So these are not little changes, they are fundamental changes in the operation of the sport. So the supervisor has no work to do. Now, I don't know whether you all got computers yet, but up to now, the only place that they use computers, the new computer for this system, the scoring system of the 10-point must system, it was in Jordan just a week ago, and the championships in the Asian Elite Championship, they use the computer. But computers have not come out to all the countries yet. So till such time, you might have to devise a way of operating the new system manually, and we'll explain that to you too. Now, any basic questions, at any time you can ask questions, there's no problem about that. If you're not sure of something, ask a question, and we'll try and explain it to you.
so the low blow that you don't administer the 8 count anymore of that.
No, you start the
I think we will discuss it
We
at
discuss the
detail
details.
later.
It's giving you an overview.
overview at the moment, but we will discuss the details of
The
that.
details
of the
we'll
account,
discuss.
Right? But the idea is that the boxing flows without interruption, with stop commands like before, and the time stops. That doesn't happen anymore. So you'll be really careful that and the 10-point must system will explain the details of the 10-point must. That's another difficulty, the thing you have to get used to. And I think that's about enough for my introduction.
Just one, are you going to talk a little bit, because I thought that I was under the impression that the word break was being taken right out.
No,
No.
not according to the rules.
And then we will discuss.
But you have to protect yourself at all times, because if they say break, and the guy steps back, you can hit the guy.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the big difference.
No, it's serious.
There might be, as we go along, there might be some fine adjustments of the rules, but the present time, another thing, these rules are not brought ad hoc by one or two individuals. The rules are presented, changing of rules are presented to the Technical and Rules Committee of AIBA, and the Technical and Rules Committee goes into the details and then accepts what it thinks is correct and presents it to the Executive Committee of AIBA. And the Executive Committee of AIBA approves it, and then only it comes out as a rule. So it goes through various stages, maybe as much as 1 year or 2 years of discussion before the rule really comes out. Okay, then
Yeah, okay, thank
now,
you.
I'll give the floor to my wife, she can continue the detail, and we will change, we'll
This
come in
is,
three.
this is like a tag team. Okay, my turn. No, he likes to sit here. Okay, so what he's given you is an overview of what we're going to discuss. But I have actually, okay, I'll stay here. We only have up to 2 o'clock, so I don't know what your program is, Phil, whether you will have a break in between or, so now it's now almost 10:30, 11:30. We have, we try to break the different topics into the general rules. We'll go more in detail into the scoring system, which is, because it's new, there's so many intricacies, maybe you may have a lot of questions. And then we'll go into the refereeing aspect of the rule, and then the coaching part, because I know a lot of you here are coaches, and like what Mayba has been saying, that the new rule will impact on how you prepare your boxers, which is true, right? And then at the end, I have a PowerPoint presentation which will serve as a review to what we have discussed, and it gives you all the same for what judging and refereeing, and a few more points on what you need to do as judges and as referees. And please, if you have questions at the end of a topic or in between, please do not hesitate to ask. Because sometimes if you leave it at the end, you tend to forget the questions you want to ask, okay? So we will not use this for now. I don't have a PowerPoint for what we're going to give you, because I feel that it's better to discuss it verbally with all of you. And we will use this blackboard for some illustrations, especially in the scoring system. Okay? So
Yeah,
Phil?
Yeah, so probably lunchtime, we'll take a 15-minute break and then resume after that. Washrooms, if you need washrooms, they're by the elevators outside. Drinks in the back, and also some snacks, so help yourself to those. So 12 noon, we'll take a 15 minutes.
Are you having a coffee break? No. Water break?
Just a snack right there.
Okay, so they can help themselves in.
Absolutely.
All right, okay. So, the general rule, I think Embuldeniya has touched down on the classification, age classification. That's same elite is 19 to 40, youth is 17 to 18, and junior 15 to 16. And what he meant by there is no youth anymore is, in the past, the youth boxers were allowed to participate in elite competition. Like for example, at the Olympic Games, the 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds were allowed to participate at the Olympic Games, because then the age classification was only up to 34. But after they changed it to 19 to 40, now the youth who are 17 and 18-year-olds are no more allowed to participate in elite championships. So they have their own competition, they have their own classification. So and the juniors are the 15 to 16-year-olds, all right? The boys, schoolgirls, it's not done internationally, but the federation can have their own competition for younger boxers who are under 14 years. They cannot be over 14, because when they get to 15, that means they belong to the junior category, the 15 to 16-year-olds. And when you determine whether the boxer is qualified age-wise, it is the year of birth. They don't say you have to be born in January or December or whatever. It's only from 1973 to 1994, for example, for one category. So it's the year of birth. All right, and the weight class the same as before. Right, 10 weight categories for male elite, and same for women. Youth the same, and then the juniors, there are 13 weight categories. So I think for that I will not touch on that because it will take a long time. There is in the rule book there is a chart that gives you all the different weight categories. Okay. Now they're very very strict now on the boxers when they if they have to box, especially internationally. What I'm presenting to you is what is done internationally, so maybe your practice here may not be the same. So I don't know, but what I'm giving you is what is done internationally. So when the boxer is entered as a participant, the boxer has to have a book. Now it's very strict. Without the book, they cannot box. And this record book should have the initial initial general checkup or initial physical checkup. And then they also need to have the annual medical checkup. And now, as a new thing is there is a form that has to be filled in for all the boxers, so that this medical record is online. It's now in the database of AIBA. So it may not be done provincially, but I'm sure Boxing Canada is doing it for all their boxers. Because when they go out, then the AIBA goes to the database and looks whether this boxer the medical has been done, and so on and so forth. And also when they participate, the first day of the general weigh-in and medical examination, boxers have to go through what they call a passport control, where the boxer has to present his passport, country passport, just to verify the nationality. And then they need to have accreditation and they need to have the book. Right? These are the three things that they look at before you are allowed even to go to the medicals. Now for women, you know that they need to have a non-pregnancy form that they have to sign. And the new thing now with the rule is if they're 18 and above, the boxer can sign the form themselves. That's to declare that they're not pregnant. But if they're under 18, they need to have a parent or a guardian to sign along with the boxer. So if you have a boxer who's under 18, this pregnancy form has to be done before they leave home. Okay? Any question on this? These are just general rules I'm taking up with you. I'm sure most of you know this, but I'm just repeating it. Now you know that the boxers need to have a minimum rest. So if you have a competition where you don't have enough days and you have a lot of bouts, you have to observe 12 hours minimum rest between bouts. Well, this is for the AOB, so for the open boxing. 12 hours in between the bouts. So for example, if they box at 12 or 2 in the afternoon, you have to count 12 hours before they can box.
So, are you saying that a guy could box twice in one day?
As long as you observe 12 hours.
12 hours?
12 hours, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, now, we also said about the head guards being off for June 1st for all federations. So I think now everybody, federations now have to start doing, because now we're in July. So you expect your federation to have the bouts for elite men only without head guards. And the rest would still have to wear head guards. And the gloves also changes. The gloves, 10 ounce from 49 to 64. The first 5 lower weight category for the elite men is 10 ounce. And 12 ounce from 69 to 91 plus. Okay, that is for elite men who are going to box or who box without head guards. 2 different types of gloves. But the rest of them, women, youth, juniors, still have to use 10 ounce. And of course, head guard should be on. You have a question?
Can you just repeat that again for the 10 ounce with the weight category?
Okay, so for the elite men, from 49 kg to 64. So you have the 49, the 52, 56, 60, 64. And then the rest will be from 69 to 91 plus. The next 5 higher weight category for men. They use 12 ounce. Have you observed it in Nieva, in Boxing Canada? They started using it? Yeah. The gloves, change of gloves for the men. Not yet.
They haven't, No, they haven't. I think they're waiting till after their national or
Okay.
internationals
Yeah.
are gonna introduce it.
Right, I mean, some federations, because now 12 ounce, the licensee now have to start manufacturing them, because all along, you know, that the AIBA has made a rule that any federation who wants to use equipment, they should be licensed, AIBA licensed. So there are only a few manufacturers which are licensed by AIBA. You can't use any other gloves, especially for your national competitions. So it has to be, that's why the 12 ounce gloves are still not available and like quite available now. So even in Sri Lanka, we had to wait. We had to wait for the 12 ounce gloves. Okay? Now, gum shields, you know what color is not allowed?
Red.
Pink.
Red, pink, right, both ways. Red, any shades of red, so pink, red. So same rule applies, right? But there's a change of rule in when you have to give a warning. So we will go to that after. Okay, and then also there's some sanctions that they give to the boxers. You know when they're knocked out, what is how long do they have to be suspended? Given medical sanction is what we call it.
Depends on.
And you know?
Depends on which.
Okay, so if it's a knock,
Depends on how.
before it used to be RSEH, if it's a RSEH or knockout, okay? So they say 30 days is the first knockout. If it is 2 knockouts in the next 3 months, how many days? 90 days, right? And if it is 3 knockouts within the 12 months, 1 year, correct, okay? And also, they also have to consider whether there was a loss of consciousness. Sometimes when you have a knockout, a severe knockout, the boxer stays down and becomes unconscious for a short period of time. If there is no loss of consciousness, the first knockout is 30 days. If there is loss of consciousness less than 1 minute, it is 90 days. 90 days suspension. And if it's greater than 1 minute, if they are on the canvas and they were trying to take the boxer out on the stretcher, that's more than a minute, the sanction for that one is 180 days, 6 months.
Are they requiring the timekeeper to
Yeah,
record the time?
yeah. That is
during the
another
bout?
extra duty now for timekeeper is when there's a knockout, the boxer is down and it seems that the boxer has lost consciousness, timekeeper has to start timing.
One clarification, there is no more RSC. That word is out, it's TKO. You can have a TKO, but no RSC. No decision will be RSC decisions.
Thank you. Okay, any more questions on that sanction? So that's why if you have a doctor, and if you are, okay? Question? No? So if you are running your competition, then you will have to inform your doctor who is there to sign on the boxer's book,
So
the sanction.
it probably would have been a good idea for to invite our doctors here, but they're making the tape, so. we'll be able to get a copy.
For which one?
Well, I was saying it would probably been a good idea to invite our doctors to the session,
Yes.
Yeah.
but they're not here and they're
Yeah.
making the tape.
No,
so-
but you can, as your group, you can have a small seminar for them, for your doctors. Okay, because today, I know doctors have a lot of, they're so busy, they don't want to even spend 1 hour out of their practice, because they lose a lot of money. So for them to sit here for 4 hours with only a small portion of the subject matter being discussed probably is not worth to them. But for your own, like for your association, you can have a small seminar for your doctors. So, but this is a new thing now. And also with the new rule, now, when there's a KO and TKO, like you said, we have no more RSC. We will go to that after. We will go to all the decisions after. And this is just the beginning. So when we come to decisions, then you remember, oh, this is what we talked about earlier. So when it's a KO and TKO, Then the doctor now, medical jury has to write a form. This is done internationally, right? They have to write a medical form and to be given to the supervisor and to be submitted to AIBA database. But for your own purpose here, I think that the book of the boxer should be filled in to say suspended for 30 days. No sparring, no competition for 30 days.
I thought it was no training.
No sparring, same. No sparring, no training, no for 30 days, or no.
So in other words, they're not even
competition.
supposed to be in the gym for 30 days.
Well, depends on what they have to do, but they just say no sparring, okay, no training, it's up to the coach now.
Yeah, it's up to the coach.
The coach will have to monitor, because the other officials now who's given the sanction will not know what the coaches are going to do, because actually it's the coach's responsibility to make sure that when a boxer is sanctioned, that you have to see that it's followed, okay? All right. So now on the first day of competition, normally I said passport control. When they're okay, they are from the country that they said they are from. Because sometimes there's a rule now about this who you have to represent. If you change countries, if you're dual citizen, also there's a rule for that. So I mean that I don't have to discuss it fully. But after that passport control, they go to the medical check. The medical check. And then after that, they go to the weigh-in. Now for the weigh-in on the first day, on the general weigh-in, it's very strict now. They said no tolerance. You have to make the weight, and you have to have the minimum and maximum. Okay? Minimum, for example, the first weight category for men, right, is 46 to 49. Am I correct? Okay, so that's the first one. Or the other one is, second one is from 49 to 52. So the boxer has to be, he cannot be 52.001 or 52.02. Or he cannot be lower than 49. So he should be within this 49 to 52. That's on the first day. And as always, what the boxer weighs on the first day is the weight that he keeps right through the competition. If it's a 4-day, 5-day competition, he remains to be in 52 all throughout. He has to make that weight. So that's the first day. Now, if the boxer has to box the next day, right, then he only has to make the maximum weight. He only has to be, not to be over 52. He can be less than 49. But how often does it happen that a boxer loses a lot of weight within a few days?
So we're gonna be weighing in every boxer every day now?
So this is what happens internationally. Is no, not every day. If the boxer has to box,
If he-
according to the draw, like on the first day, everybody has to weigh in. First day, everyone has to weigh in, and they have to make the weight that they say they are at that weight. And at that weight, they are in the draw. So when they make the draw and the program is made, they say on the first day we have all 52s. So then the next day, all these 52 should weigh in, and they have to be within this weight.
So it's on advancement of the tournament, the second week.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, on the first day, on the general weigh-in, you have to be within the minimum and maximum.
Right.
After the first day, they only consider the maximum.
So you come in at
It's just
47.
technical
You can
control.
dig down, doesn't matter what happened the night before or 2 days earlier,
Makes sense.
right, that you lost weight, but you have to be within that weight category. 52, if you're over 52.01, no tolerance. You have to be within the 52, okay? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Now duration of rounds, still the same? How many for elite?
3
Okay, and the women? And the juniors?
For men.
Junior men, women the same?
3 twos.
Okay, 3 twos. Is it, okay, now for elite, men, women. No, I'm sorry, elite and youth men.
3
3 threes, right? 3 rounds of 3 minutes each. For women, elite and youth, is 4 rounds of 2 minutes each. Junior men, junior women, 3 rounds, 2 minutes each.
Or we just applying that for international competition, or if you just have like a gym card?
No, it's up to you to control. You
Okay,
can make
good.
it less.
Yeah.
It's up to you. You can
Just
make
wanna
it
know
less. You
that.
can say, these are beginners, maybe 2 minutes for them is too long.
Yeah,
You can
we
say
could-
3
yeah,
months.
we can make that decision with the chief official.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The chief official, and if you're, I mean, your doctor is in AIBA, if the knowledgeable doctor, he will say, okay.
I just wanna know if that still remains the same.
No, it's up to you, because this is a rule. The rule is made stricter. You can make it stricter, or you can make it
You could
according
apply,
to
yeah.
your needs, right? As long as you go within the grade classification, age classification, and all that, okay? All right, so any questions on this, our general knowledge?
Are you gonna have handouts for everybody at the end of the session?
No, because the rule, there's
There's
a
gonna
rule
be-
book that can be downloaded. I have the rule book with me, hard copy, but you can, you will have to photocopy it. Mark?
So,
I would suggest the office gets a number of them printed out, give them all.
Well, I can be.
Okay.
I don't, Mark, yeah?
so we're gonna have access to a copy.
Yeah, we're gonna post that.
Post it, yeah.
Well, I think the.
No, I can give you my hard copy, and you
Well,
can.
are we not gonna be able to get hard copies of it?
Of the videotape, you have to do.
No, this is, no, what we're talking about is the rule,
Yeah.
Okay, this, actually, the rule books, there are 2 rules for AIBA. What they call the AIBA technical rules. These govern all the 3 sections of boxing in AIBA. The AOB, which is AIBA open boxing. They don't call it amateur anymore, or Olympic, we can't use Olympic. Is AIBA open boxing. The other one is WSB, which is World Series of Boxing. And the other one, the new one is APB, AIBA Professional Boxing. So this technical rule is for all 3. For all 3, okay? Because they want to make everything the same, everything standard. Now we have a separate one that says open boxing competition rules. This is only specific for Olympic box, for open boxing. Not WSB, not professional boxing. This is only for open boxing, for our, what we used to call the amateur boxing. Alright? So if you need to, because there's a lot of pages really. And this is a 35 page, so I can lend it to you.
We have.
Oh, you have it,
Keiba
Keiba has?
Keiba has.
Okay. All right, that's why I didn't worry, because I know your national association has this. There's a lot of access to the rules on the website, AIBA. You know the website for AIBA? Okay, if you go to this website, that AIBA.org. Okay? You will have all the rules. All right? Okay.
So everything you mentioned is in
They're
there?
all here.
Because I've read it a couple times. and
I gave you one of those already.
I didn't read where it says they can come in underweight.
Oh, yeah, this.
Is it in there?
Did
Bill,
you read in this one? This
Can
one?
you
Yeah.
get our office girl to make a copy for
This
the
is the
official?
one,
We should have it on our presence and,
I think Claude talked about, I think what's gonna happen is after this session, the chief official will get together and,
Yeah, we have a board meeting in 2
executive,
weeks. so-
and
Okay,
they're
but-
gonna design an implementation plan in
yeah,
regards to all
but
of
it's just a
this stuff.
suggestion, because every ref should have one in their book,
Yeah.
in their
you
bag.
really, you should, because
Yeah.
I have not, because we don't, like I said, it's time limitation, we cannot, it's not possible to discuss this.
But it's not hard to go online and download it,
Yeah.
right? It should take-
Yeah, but it should be
Yeah,
up to us to do that. I mean, it
I'm
should be
sure
up
all
to
of
us.
you, if you have access to Facebook, I'm sure you can
Have
go
a
into this
conversation
website.
sometime.
Okay.
Everybody's on the Facebook,
No.
practically everyone. So go to this one gives you all the information about tournaments, about the rules, what's going on. Maybe if you don't know what's happening, maybe you have no access to the KEBA. Or what's it called now? Boxing Canada? Okay. Boxing Canada also is on this website, right? But this is the one that gives you all the information on what's happening internationally. They're the ones that govern all the federations, all the confederations for boxing, for amateur boxing. and WSB and professional boxing. It's not the other kind of boxing I'm talking about, right? The kind is WBC, WBA, those ones. And there's also a rule in this book that says if you are with them, that other organization, then you cannot work for our group. You have to, at least for coaches, at least you have to be away from that professional boxing for 6 months before you will be allowed to.
Does that include mixed martial arts?
Probably. Yes.
Does that include volunteering for as well as working for the organization? If you're involved in pro boxing, can you not volunteer at all with?
The only thing it concerns is that, like, for myself, you can't be involved in professional boxing.
Yeah.
I can't coach professional boxing,
Yeah.
but I can go to shows and I can help out with whatever. I just
Well, you can
can't.
go and watch.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
if you're,
can.
as long as you're not involved, you're not the one who's what we call organizing it and promoting it.
But can you work in the corner?
No.
No, definitely
Well,
not.
you can.
Huh?
You can.
You can?
I mean, you can, as long, because you can work,
No, but he's involved
No.
with the.
This
with
is
the
what I'd like
open
to
boxing.
clarify.
Okay,
If
from
you're
what I-
involved in professional boxing, can we still come and help volunteer in this type of coaching? That's what I'd like to know, not so much the other way around.
The rules, the strict rules are there for officiating and for coaching.
Okay.
I'm not sure about administration wise.
from what I understand,
But,
it's international.
yeah.
Okay, because when I accepted that post, one of the things I do is they made it clear you couldn't work with professional boxers.
Yeah,
Kevin
no,
Howard, the
that's-
same
yeah,
thing,
that's what
worked
the
with
rule says,
professional
yeah.
boxers. There are a lot of coaches in Canada that work both with amateurs
Yeah.
and professionals. It's just,
So
you
that's still
cannot,
not- you
no,
can't do
you
that
can't,
anymore?
you can't work internationally, from what I understand.
So really the
Well, for
difference is if
example,
you're not a star coach,
Yeah.
you can't do the international thing. But if you're under that, you can still do
It's got nothing-
regionally and nationally.
But right now, it's got nothing to do, from what I understand, with stars or anything.
No, but you can't do international stuff
if you register
if you're not a
with
star.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
No,
not
if
registered.
you don't, for example, referee judging, if you don't have a 1-star, you can't even, you won't be invited or allowed to go to another country. Right?
Right.
For example,
Maybe it'll be 3 or 4.
in Asia, just to go to another country, you need to have a 1-star.
1-star, right.
Okay? So that, if you are 1-star, that means you should not have any involvement at all with professional.
Yes.
And I'm sure coaching is the same. Okay?
But if you, like, for instance, if there's coaches in here
Yeah,
that are not international coaches, that don't travel for Canada
Yeah.
internationally, they can work professional. They can work
well,
professional
I
amateur.
don't know, because the
The
rule
reason,
says,
I
the
know,
rule
but the
says
reason
that.
I'm saying that
Yeah.
is because Montreal,
Uh-huh.
in Canada, we
Yeah.
have all kinds of coaches
Right.
that work
Okay.
both
So,
amateur and
anyway,
professional.
like I say, my presentation to you is what we do internationally. So what is done here and other intricacies that is happening in MAIBA and KAIBA and Boxing Canada, I cannot make that any changes at all. I'm only presenting to you what is done internationally, okay?
Internationally, if you're a coach, you can't be an official. You can't be a referee judge, we'll come to that. Under the referee judges listing in AIBA, in the database, if you send your name for international, as an international referee judge, that name cannot be put into the database for coaches. So the coaches are kept separately, the referee judges are kept separately in the international system.
Okay.
But locally, within the country, I don't know, that depends upon the country's ruling. But they allow the people to do coaching, both professional as well as amateur. But if they have to go at some time or the other, they can't. Now, like in Sri Lanka, we've got a rule that at the beginning of January, the referee judge must say whether that particular year he's going to be a coach or a referee judge.
Okay.
Right? So that clears the system, so that way all coaches in Sri Lanka, in Vietnam, in different Asian countries, they declare at the beginning of the year, are they going to be coaching or are they going to be referee judging for that year. So the following, if they want to, they can get into referee judging if that's their interest. But they can't be both simultaneously. They
Okay.
can't be registered in AIBA as a coach and as a referee judge. Now the 1-star system, the star system is very important because today we got 7 referee judges was 5-star in the world. Up to now, we didn't have 5 stars. But as of last year, we have 7 5-star referee judges. But there are no 4 stars. But 3s there are. So every country has at least 1 or 2 3-star referee judges. If you don't have them, they cannot officiate internationally.
See, one of the things that you have to pay attention to, I think, here is like what Nieva said, this is being presented to you from an international perspective. So as for coaching, when you're talking domestically in Canada, you can coach amateur and professional, but there's no coach that works with professional boxers in Canada cannot travel internationally.
That's right.
Because if they press that rule domestically, there would be no coaches in Canada, because there's so many coaches that work with professionals.
No, it will take some time for some of the rules to be codified. And there might be changes as we go along down the line. But at the moment, as I told you, internationally, you can't be a referee judge and a coach during the same year. Earlier, you used to say same competition. But that has been changed. And now the whole year, you have to be either one or the other. Otherwise, there's conflict of interest.
Before you could though.
Yes, but now the conflict of interest situation has become very serious internationally.
And AIBA has a database, a separate database for coaches and separate database for referees and judges.
And they can refer it.
But you mentioned a 5-star. I thought internationally there's only up to a 3-star.
No, but this is a new level that was created by AIBA.
Just 2 new levels that were introduced.
Yeah, because they're like the cream of the referees and judges in the world. They're from different continents. There's one from Algeria, one from South America, and we have 3 from Asia, and about 2 from Asia and 3 from Europe. 1 Russian, 1 England, and I can't remember the other one. So, but anyway, they are now. I think what happens now with AIBA is they have employed them as part of AIBA, and they go out to instruct. And they also attend the world championships, and they have functions like they become captains of the referees and judges. They are a link between the referees and judges and the supervisor.
That's
The people who critique the referees and judges when they perform their duties.
So what's a 4-star then?
No
There's
4
no
stars,
4
no 4 stars. So there's a, that's what he
They
said.
left that way, and that all countries can qualify up to 3-star.
Uh-huh.
And the cream of the crop will
the
be
5 stars.
probably invited to be 5 stars.
But
The
no,
one-
but
the-
no 4-star.
No, there's one lady 5-star.
They just give you 2 stars right at the same time.
No, no 4 star.
And there's one lady 5-star and 5, and 4 male 5 stars. But I don't know why you are not part of the 5-star system in Manitoba yet?
Well, we're just in the process of implementing. They haven't, like, for instance, at AIBA, right? They just sent Pat and one other official from
I
Quebec.
think Pat
They
will
went-
get around to all the provinces.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is Pat went and took that course
Yeah.
with AIBA,
Mhm.
and now there are instructors.
That's
So
right.
they're just in the process now
What was the-
of floating it down to the provinces, leaving it up to the chief official to start the implementation of these new scoring systems, and they're gonna follow up with a lot of the stuff.
No, but the star stuff hasn't even changed. We're still going level 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's all right, but I-
Regionally,
Yeah.
and then the star, it just is exactly the same way it was before with, when we had 5A, 5B, and our 4 levels to reach that point.
No, actually now
That's-
it's changed.
Well,
Okay, that's,
It's changed.
well, we just had the AGM and there was,
One star, it depends on,
It's gonna be set up
Your
domestically.
qualification.
Yeah, but it's gonna be set up domestically, like cable, right? Like, for instance, how they're doing the coaching, and how Daniel's doing the coaching.
Yeah.
If you wanna be a 1-star, in order to be a 1-star coach, you have to have a minimum level 3. In order to be a 2-star coach, you have to be a minimum level 4. In order to be a 3-star coach, you have to be a level 5. So I don't know how they're, and I presume they're doing the same thing with officials. You have to have a certain level before you can, I'm not sure how they're doing it with officials, but that's how they're doing it.
well, we could get into that after, because we have an RJ management.
See, what
As
happens is
such,
that,
and the coaching management
You might have a
according to the rules.
grandfather clause that might come in, that if you're a Canadian level 5 or level 4, then you get into three
No, I
star.
think they have already done that.
From what Daniel tells me, how they're gonna be implementing the coaching thing, is they're going to respect the NCC program in Canada. So for instance, if, say a coach wanted to be a level 3 coach, a 3-star, it's impossible because you have to have a level 5 first, NCCP level 5. So if you have an NCP level 3, you will then be able to proceed to a level, star 1. If you have a level 4, you'd be able to proceed to a star 2. And the reason they're doing that is because the grandfathering and all the work that was put into the NCC program, they're not just gonna throw it away.
No, that's right, it has been that.
So I'm not sure exactly how they're gonna do it with officials, but I know
Because
that's
what,
the way they're doing
okay,
it.
according
But you know
to,
one thing, at the London Olympics, about 6 coaches were not allowed to coach the corner.
because they were not registered
They were not
on
registered.
the database.
On
by-
the database in AIBA, they were not registered as coaches 1 star, at least 1 star. So 6 of them were told that they cannot coach, although they came all the way to London with their team, they had to get some other people to coach the corner, because they were not allowed to coach the corner.
So is that their fault or just?
No, for any AIBA competition,
Yeah.
you will have that people will come in. Now, this time we had a competition in Jordan, they said the head coach of the team must be a 3-star. But there were not enough 3 stars in Asia at the time to do it, so they allowed 2 stars to go there, but they can sit for the examination when they were in Jordan.
And they're just in a process now of trying to get an implementation of that star. Like for instance, the first thing they're gonna do is us, because I have to be trained as a 3-star in order to go to Kazakhstan, world championships, and so they haven't even trained us yet for that.
See, now,
Anyway,
we
that's-
have,
that
okay,
is general
we can
information.
probably, when we get to coaching, Mark, we can deal with this
Details, yeah.
issue again, huh? We
Okay.
can revisit.
Okay.
All right, so now we'll go to the scoring system. Scoring system, the 10-point must. So, you know, in the past, the boxers, were trained to just go in there and try to make points, because what they were looking for are just the scoring blows, and that's all, just to score, just to hit the other opponent, and that's why they were judged according to the points.
Punches.
According to the punches. But now, with the new system, 10-point must, what the judges have to see, they have to see the overall performance of the boxer. Number 1 is they have to have the quality scoring blows. You have to still make sure that the boxer is really scoring properly. And target area is the same. I think all of you know what the target area is.
Yeah.
Any?
I think so.
You know, target area? Okay. So they say that for those new ones who are here, target area is this part of the body, this side, up to the belt line. Right? The back is not a target area, that is a foul blow. The back of the head is foul blow. Right? So that target area, with now they say with the force, and has to be on the knuckle part of the fist.
White portion of that.
Now we don't have any more gloves with white now.
Okay.
No more white. Before we used to have gloves with white. Now we don't have white on the gloves, either red or blue. But you can see the knuckle part, and it has to land unobstructed. Unobstructed. Has to land on the target area with the force.
Unblocked.
Unblocked. While also this boxer is not infringing the rule. So this boxer can hold and punch strongly. So that is also not a scoring blow, because he cannot infringe the rule and punch the boxer, the opponent, okay? So that, and now also they have to see the dominance of the aggressiveness, competitiveness, techniques, tactics, and infringement of rules, okay? So when all this is done, you have counted the blows, number of blows correctly. Then, and if you think that they are almost equal, then you go to this one who is more dominant, who is more aggressive. And that's how you make your decision. So now your winner should have You should have 10. Okay? And accordingly, you have to say either 9, 8, 7, or 6. Okay, let's say it's 10 for the red, okay. So 3 rounds, huh? We're talking about 3 rounds.
So when you say we're still kind of
Okay, so
unsure-
10-6 is also the other way. You cannot go lower than 6. Because this is when the bout is closed. Closed bout. This is with sure one side with dominance, they call it. It's not really that's not really the wording that they use. Clear winner. I should give you the proper words. Clear winner. With dominance. So 10-7 is total dominance. Ten six, of course, the referee is not doing his work. This is overmatch. This is overmatch.
When you say we still have to come close, are we still using the clickers and?
No, you don't
You're
use
just sort of-
triggers. You sort of like,
Looking.
okay, in the olden days, we used to have a 20-point must
Right.
without clickers. And you have different ways of doing it. You can say, for example, for me, when I was doing it, the 20-point must, I would start with the one who has punch first. So that's, for example, red scored first. So you say 1 plus, okay? 2 plus. So now if blue scored, you say 1 plus. That means -1 for this side. You understand? You will have to devise your own way of determining the points. How many points is scored by the other opponent.
I think that will be covered in the follow-up, when.
So you can when you are doing your seminar, you can do the same discussion. But this is what a lot of people say. Now we don't have clippers. How are we going to do it? So you can see for yourself, like who is leading. Then you can say 10-9 if it's a close bout, and like I said, 10-8 clear winner with dominance. 10-7 there's total dominance, and of course 10-6. What we say, the referee should have done his work. He should have stopped the bout.
One of the reasons for bringing the 10-point must system is this, that up to now, because of the head guards and because of the punches, if people are watching the punches and they're saying red punch, so you punch 1 for red, or blue punch, and punch 1 for blue. But it is based clearly only on the punches. So it's not, they say that it's not total boxing. Total boxing is much more than just punching. There are so many other segments of boxing that are not being given credit for. Like for example, good defense. Right? Good defense is not being given credit because there is no points for defense. You're just counting the points that are straight punches and according to the rule, knuckle part of the glove landing on the target area, unobstructed, unblocked, and you score a point. Right? But now they are saying, look at the overall bout and see what about his footwork. What about his use of the ring? How does he use the ring? Does he maneuver around the ring properly? Does he command the ring better than the other boxer? So in other words, the total point of boxing. Watch the boxer, and according to what you see at the end of the round, you say this boxer is superior to the other.
So he must have 10.
Then he has to get 10.
Yeah.
So what
Yes.
happens in a situation where you've got a deduction of points involved?
Okay, now we're going
We'll
to that.
come to that.
after.
We'll come to the details
We'll go to
later.
that.
But
We'll
let us
just-
go step by step.
Step by
So
step,
the
because-
first thing is you watch the bout completely, and at the end of the round, but round by round, you have to score round by round. And at the end of every round, the referee will collect the scorecards from each, manually from the 5 judges, but otherwise it will be done electronically on the computer from the 5 judges. But there is no, round by round the scores are kept. So the supervisor will have to be very careful, but the fact that the rounds are going on. And if you manually have to total the points at the end of every round and do the final decision. But the main thing is observe the whole bout or the round and say who is the decided winner of this particular round. And does it deserve 10? Then the winner gets 10. He has to. The loser gets comparatively less, 9 and 8 or 7. But you have to give credit for all other factors, not necessarily only the punching. Is it under question?
But-
We have a question
Sorry,
there.
you can go
Okay.
back for a second. Can you have a 10-10 round?
No, never.
Never.
That's what I'm saying, you never say 10-10, you never say 9-9, you must have a winner. The winner has to get 10 and the other opponent accordingly, okay?
So if there's fouls, you can't be a winner.
We'll come to that.
No, fouls, you don't consider, you have to, when you're looking
So
at the
somebody-
overall
so- yeah.
infringements of rules, then you can say, right?
So overall, if you've dominated the whole round and you
Yeah.
were an overall winner,
Then you get a 10.
you get a 10.
Give
But if
him
you
a 10.
committed- But if you committed a foul during that round,
No, but,
then you can't be the winner. You can't.
no, but it's up to you, like how many foul? Foul does not, like I say, one of the things that you have to consider, if they are the same, right, is infringement of rules.
So there's no deduction of fouls from the winner?
Well, it's up to you, whether you think because it's infringing rules, he is not your winner, the other one is your winner,
Okay.
right?
So,
Yes, Mark.
what it comes down to though, is it's the point system first.
Mhm.
The
The
points is-
points, the number of,
the number
yeah,
of
the
clean
number of
blows. If
connecting blows.
if the number of clean blows is fairly close at the end of the fight, then you take into consideration all the other characteristics that you were talking about.
Yeah.
The ring generalship, the defense, the
Yeah.
boxing ability. But what it comes down to is throwing punches and scoring points.
Yeah.
Yeah, the game is a matter of scoring points. That is the first primary concern, is the scoring of correctly delivered punches. But you have to consider the other part of it also, to see the overall performance of the boxer.
Okay?
So technically, somebody who has more points than the other boxer should not lose the bout based on the
No.
style of the other.
No, but if he's clearly the one who's scoring the clear scoring blows, what we call legal blows, then he should be the winner, he should be your
You
winner.
could
Now,
have-
if they are the same, for example, because at the scoring system manually done, is at the end of the round, the last round, you will have to, you nominate your preference, whether you prefer red or blue, because in case of a tie, I'll show you when we have a tie, in case of a tie, the supervisor now will say, there's a tie for this bout, for this judge, so, but he prefers red, so meaning the winner is red according to your preference, okay?
So, would there be any greater weight on different kinds of punches given by the judge? In other words, would power shots be weighted a little higher than jabs, or would it just be points?
No, it's as long as, like we say, what is the scoring blow, what is the legal blow, right? As long as they go into the parameter of what is a legal blow, like I say, on the target area, knuckle part, unobstructed, without this person creating a foul, right? And with the weight, okay? So this is the description of what is a legal blow. Then the rest of them will come into play. If you have to decide now, okay, they're very close. I think it's 10-10. So now you have to decide who is more dominant, right? Who is more competitive? Who is not infringing the rules? Okay? So these are things that you have to consider. But the main thing you have to do to determine is the scoring blow.
It's no different than it was
Again,
below, before, really.
No.
It's
No.
virtually the same thing, so. it's
Same
irrelevant.
thing. But the thing is also, like you say, when you're trying to consider, you can say, okay, this boxer is more aggressive. He has a better style. He throws a lot of combinations. Whereas in the old system, you are counting according to what you see. And sometimes it's difficult to score combinations
And also-
because you're doing it one at a time. Mark.
And one of the things, and I'm not sure if you're gonna just touch on this briefly, is when you're talking about changing the style of coaching your athlete, one of the particular ways that falls into this new scoring system is because before, you had 5 judges, and 3 judges had to hit
Yeah,
this
we
button
will-
at
we
the
will-
same
we will talk-
time within, I'm not sure, you're gonna talk about that?
Yeah, I'll talk about that, how this judging is done, Okay?
So pretty much if I say I block, successfully block 10 or 20 punches,
Mhm.
but then I land 10, I still win that round,
Yeah,
right?
you got 10.
Yeah.
Okay, you had 10 points.
Unless they throw 30 punches and they land 10 punches, then he'll win the round because he's more aggressive, right?
No, you have to, first of all, your consideration is the number of scoring blows, number of punches.
No, that's what I mean.
The main consideration.
Another point to remember is, a boxer can't score a punch infringing a rule. For example, you can't hold the boxer with one hand and be absolutely correct in your punch. The punch will be landed properly, there's weight behind the punch, landing on the target area, everything is correct. But you can't give him the score for that because he's doing it after holding on to the boxer. He is infringing, there's a foul, and as a result of the foul, he can't be scoring on a foul. Do you get the idea? Because otherwise, there are sometimes bouts that I have seen and that you'll have seen, there is an infringement, but the boxer is scored a point because he done a right punch. But the right punch doesn't count if it is off infringement.
I think the confusion is mixing the two together. The first thing is scoring blows.
Yeah.
If you're judging and one guy scored 15 blows and the other guy scored 10 blows, well, it's a 10-9 bout. There's no consideration about ring style or anything else. If it's close, like say 10-10 or 11-10, and you're not sure at the end of the round which guy, because if you in your head that the scores are real close, then you take into consideration those other characteristics you're talking about. Am I correct? Ring general shift, defense, aggressiveness.
It is like the old tiebreaker.
Yeah.
The old tiebreaker had to consider all these factors when you had a tie. But now, in addition to that, they say that while what is going on, you must pay some attention to this, what is happening overall.
Okay, thank you. All right, first of all, I have to draw the field of play before we go into because it has a lot to do with how the judges are assigned and how the scoring is done, okay? So this is the new setup for the ring. I'm sorry, I'm not a good artist, but I'll show. This is where used to be the judge 1 area. This is the supervisor, referee, evaluator, the doctor is here, and announcer is here, okay? Now, this is judge 1 on this side, judge 2, judge 3, judge 4, judge 5. This is the red corner and blue corner. And timekeepers are here. Okay? This is now the new setup for the ring. No more you have one judge, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Do you not have 2 evaluators? A referee evaluator
And the
a...
judge evaluator is here.
Oh, okay.
JE, behind judge 3. Okay, so 1, 2 on one side, judge 3 on this second side, and 4 and 5 on this side. So only 3 sides for the judges now. Your jury, main jury, who's looking after the bouts for you, is called a supervisor. There's a referee evaluator next to him, the doctor, and announcer. Announcer sits next to the supervisor. Okay? Timekeeper, red corner, blue corner. This is how you should have your ring set up. The field of play, we call it. Any question on my nice diagram?
I just have one question. Are you going
Okay,
to
fine.
mention the fact that they're only going to be using?
Yeah, one moment.
No, I just.
You're jumping
Is there-
ahead of me.
Is there a particular spot for the stairs? Or does-
Oh, sorry. Stairs are here by the doctor.
Stairs are good.
Mark is so quick, he's ahead of me. But I'm trying to do it step by step so you all understand, okay? So this is, I said the doctor is here, and the steps are here. That's
Yeah,
for
one
the doctor
corner.
and for the RJ. Yeah, one corner here. Of course, the steps are here, the regular steps, and the steps here for the blue corner.
So that's a neutral corner you're talking about.
Oh no, yeah, neutral corner here on this side. And this is the side where the referee stands.
11, 11.
Okay? Referee stands here, before the bout starts or during break, referee stands in this corner, facing the supervisor, all right?
Same thing.
Hasn't changed, same as before. The only change is the way the judges are assigned, are seated. And you have your supervisor here. This is the announcer, the evaluator, what we call referee evaluator, the doctor here. Okay? It can, and then timekeepers. Now for timekeeping, we will go into that after. They say you have to have two. One is a time who will he manages the gong or the bell, and the other one manages the time.
Well, you should have electrical.
Yeah, that's the one. Electrical is the one that presses to ring it, and someone has to time it as well. You need to have a manual stopwatch as well, because now timekeeper's work now has become more. Instead of like a simple stop, run, stop, run. Okay? Now, so this is the setup. So when you have a competition and they assign the referees and judges, okay, one referee, of course, you know where he goes. Then they will name five judges. Okay, now this is if they're using the scoring system. Scoring system, eh? 5 judges they assign. They are not assigned their seats. They have to draw from a ping pong ball as to what this judge, for example, from one country, where he has to sit. He has to sit 1, 2, 3, or 4. Because what happens if the scoring system that uses, well, we don't have it here yet. It's still new. It's still the first time was used in Jordan. So just for you to know, the setup of the scoring system is the computer out of these 5 will choose 3. And these 3 scores are the ones that are going to be used for the judging. Although all 5 will judge, all 5 of them will judge, but only 3 is chosen by the computer, and nobody else knows who are these 3 except for the supervisor. Computer selects before the start of the bout. That's why the judges are not assigned to a particular seat. They pick from the ball. So they say, for example, assigned as judge 1, judge 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay? So now, for example, now you're using the computer. Then it randomly selects. For example, computer will select this one, this judge, and this one. Okay? So when the bout is going on, they score round by round. At the end of the round, from the computer pad, all of them, all 5 judges, will press 10, 9, or 9, 10, according to how they judge the bout. So that's the first round. Okay? Second round, they do the same. Third round, do the same. And the computer will print out at the end of of the bout the scores of all the judges, but only the scores of the 3 are going to be taken. Okay, this is how the computer system is going to work. But we have in place now the manual system.
But those 3 will be used for the whole bout. It's not going to pick
Yeah,
new
for
ones
the
every
whole bout.
round.
No. Once they're chosen at the beginning of the round, the scores will be taken first round, second round, and third round.
And at the end of each round, or at the end of the bout, they're gonna put 9, 10.
At the end of each round, they have to put 9, 10, 9, 8. They press on the pad. Okay, that is if you're using computer.
Yeah.
Now, what we're using now, before our computers will come, we use the manual system.
But that leaves you a system, really, it doesn't make a lot of sense, because
Okay.
it can contradict your own score. If you're paying attention to scoring it, bang, 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 your vision, I mean, you're watching the fight and you have an idea, you could actually go 9, 10. When it does the computer split out, it could be 10, 9. because actually,
No, whatever you press for you, for example, your judge one, whatever you press on the first round will appear on the supervisor's monitor.
so when he's scoring the blows though, that's getting recorded?
No.
Or it's not?
It's not doing anything, he's just watching the bout.
Oh,
He's
just watch, okay, so
the
he's
bout.
not, okay, fair enough. Okay,
And
gotcha.
watching whether at the end of the round, if you press 10-7 and it's 10-9.
Okay, so he's not
then you
scoring
know-
anything in between.
No, he's not
Okay.
doing anything.
Okay, fair enough.
Supervisor only looks
Gotcha.
at the bout.
You do not punch for you
Yeah.
don't for every punch.
Okay.
You remember it, at the end of the round, you say
Okay,
10-9.
I got it.
Yeah, at the end of the round.
The only
that's when
difference
you-
is here it is, the judge's identity is not known,
Yeah.
because no one knows, even the supervisor doesn't know who is going to be they select the 5 judges, and the 5 judges take there are ping pong balls, they take their ball, according to the ball, they sit in their chairs. They have one, they sit on chair 1, chair 2, chair 3, that way. Then after that is over, the computer will pick 3. And those 3 will be there for the full bout.
No, I understand.
Okay.
They'll be there for the full bout. And no one knows who those 3 are, because it's on the computer. And on the computer we get the score. In other words, and that is why you cannot protest a decision of a judge. Under the new rules, you can protest the referee, and say the referee did something wrong, did not give a low blow, did not give a count for a low blow, or stop the bout too soon, or whatever. You can protest about the referee's movements, but you cannot protest the judge's decision. And the judges are covered by the fact that they are anonymous. No judge knows that he's going to be doing that bout.
You don't know what scores are being chosen
And then
except for.
even the 5, once the 5 are chosen, they don't even know in the 5 who are the 3 that will be counted. You may be scoring every round, but at the end of the bout, your scores may not be the ones that are counted. Only 2. So you can have 3 and 4, maybe the judges 3, 4, and 5 may be selected, or 1, 2, and 3 might be selected, or 3 and 4 and 2 might be selected. We don't know. It only comes out after the computer has picked them up and settled them.
What's the next bout again? The next.
Same thing.
Same procedure,
A bout is-
different judges, different referees,
Draw.
draw again. Yeah.
Oh, every time?
Every bout.
It was,
Yes, ma'am.
correct me if I'm wrong, it was explained to us in Regina there about a month ago from Pat Fiacco, the same system that you're talking about. But they said that they only, at the beginning of the card, say there's 10 bouts, the computer will pick 3 judges, nobody knows who it is, but it's those 3 judges, say it's 2, 4, and 5 are gonna score the
Yeah,
the
that's like
bouts.
what I said here.
They're gonna lead that 2, 5, and judge will be for every bout, for the whole card. They
No.
didn't mention about changing it every bout.
No, it has to be changed every bout. Every bout. You cannot, I mean, I don't know what you do provincially.
Well, no,
If you
no.
don't have enough officials.
Because the reason I'm saying that is because if the 5 judges don't know who's scoring.
Yes.
And the only one that really knows who's scoring is the supervisor or
Yeah.
whatever else,
Yeah.
right? And they're taking a different number each time.
Yeah.
You know, so they don't know, so that's why it makes sense to me that they do it once and they don't have to do it every
No,
month.
but why do you have the same people? Why
Well-
have the same people of officials internationally?
Well, no, but what I'm
You
saying,
change
no,
every
but
bout.
I know, but what I'm saying is that like, let's say it's 2, 4, and 5. Okay, that stays the same for the whole card. But the 5 judges are constantly, every bout they're changing, because they're picking a number, you know what I
Okay.
mean?
No, but
each
you know,
time.
you only do that if you don't have enough people. For example, for your national championships. But internationally, they have a lot of 16 referees and judges that they can choose from. They have to choose, even these 5 people, they have to be neutral. They have to be neutral, they cannot be from the same country as the boxers. They cannot be there are different parameters of choosing the officials who are going to sit there. Right? They just don't say, okay, you. No, there's a draw commission that looks at all the different judges and referees, what country they belong to, and they have to be neutral. Sometimes even if they have enough people, they consider the language. They consider geographical location. If they are from the same block, for example, the Russians are not assigned together, or they're not assigned for Russian-speaking boxers. Right? So the draw commission makes sure that the judges assigned are neutral, and they change it every bout. All right? Change it every bout. And what Mr. Embuldeniya is saying is, nobody knows, not even these 5 judges, whether their scores are going to be taken. So they score just like everybody else.
Because see, if you have the same number, like if you are choosing 2, 3, and 5 for the whole tournament, then everybody knows that those 2, 3, and 5 the judges are the other one. They
They're
can
the ones who are
influence.
scoring.
Well, but why, how would they know? If the judges don't know.
No.
No, but
But
after
what
the
do you
first
mean?
bout is finished, right?
Why no, but the only guy that knows,
The supervisor.
the supervisor's the only one that knows.
Then he knows,
which
yes.
No,
judges
no,
are-
but when the after the bout is finished, when the results come, they will say.
They
score
announce the
announce
scores
name
of the
and
judges.
judge and the
Oh,
number.
okay.
Yeah, I haven't gone to that because we're not going.
Well, no, it was explained to us.
No,
Okay.
correct. But what I'm saying
That's why I
is,
was just trying to get
At
clarified.
the end of the bout, the judges' scores will be given, will be told to the public.
Yeah.
That, let us say, Embuldeniya, Judge 2, scored 30,
29,
27.
30, 27,
27.
29, 28.
At the end of the bout, so they know which judge was counted.
How about the computer goes down?
Huh?
The computer goes down.
Okay, then
Then
we
you
have
have
a
to go to
manual,
manual.
we go manual. So now, because now I'm explaining to you what happens when you have the computer, right? But for those, like for example, in other Asian countries, they don't have computer, there is a manual system that is being followed. And you go back to the same old way of scoring. You have to use scoring sheets like this, and you have to fill it in every end of your round, right? And this is the one that the referees have to collect. Okay, now manual. So if you're doing manual, you can, they say only 3 people, only 3 judges for manual. And the seats will be, this is Judge 1, Judge 2, and Judge 3. So there's really no choice. There is another way of doing it manually, which we have tested in Asia. You can have the 5 judges. You can have 5 judges around the ring. Supervisor will pick who the 3 are going to be considered. And those 3, you consider their scores. But the only thing is, everybody has to fill in the forms like this. So you can do it 2 ways. You can do it only the 3, where you know the 3 are there and you have to judge. You have to judge the round per round. Okay? I know it's complicated. It's very difficult sometimes to grasp because it's a new concept. Anyway, change is always not easy. There's so many things you have to do, so many things you have to learn, but it will come. That's why we're trying to do it step by step. Okay? So manually, now this is done when you have a computer in front of you. At the end of this bout, for computer, the printout comes out, and the supervisor can take the scores of the 3 judges. You can have, at the end, you can have 30, 27, 30, 27, or 29, 28. It can be like this, okay? It can be this kind of score for this bout from the supervisor. Then supervisor now will write on the announcer sheet that says, Judge 1 scores 30-27. Judge 3 scores 30-27. And Judge 5 scored 28-29. Or 29-28. So for this kind of scores, who do you think is the winner?
Red corner.
Who is the winner for here? Okay. And we will go to the decision, but for here, the decision is unanimous. Because all 3, all for 1, all 3 of them for one side. Okay? So this is what happens if they do this type of judging. Same, you can also do the same for manual. You do manual judging. The only thing is you do not have a computer in front of you. You have to write on the paper. You have to, at the end of the round, there's a form here. I think maybe Phil, we can give it to them. You please, before the judges.
So anytime you announce about a winner of a vote now, every
Yeah.
individual judge,
Oh,
you
yeah,
have to.
the announcer will say,
Judge
bout
one,
number-
judge two, judge
bout
three.
bout number 2, 52 kilograms, results. Judge 1 scored 30-27, Judge 3, 30-27, Judge 5, 29-28. Winner on points, unanimous decision, red corner. Right?
Does it announce which judge actually judged it?
Yes?
So you always know
Oh, yeah.
where judging came from?
Yeah, so they know, the public knows, you judge, even if there are 5 people seated around the ring, the public will know now whose scores were considered,
Now Jerome really have lots to complain about.
Yeah.
Sure.
right?
Why not? That's the
What is an NOC code?
NOC, that is the country code.
They box.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, can we, okay,
Pick on me, eh?
Why not?
Roger, did you get one?
Thank you.
Oh, I have to bring someone to give.
Why we are waiting, we devised this is a little more advanced, not advanced, but a more convenient system in Sri Lanka and some of the Asian countries, which is not really necessary for the other countries to follow. Because we don't have a computer yet that can pick the 3 judges. We devised a system where we pick 5 judges, put them into the corner, and they do the ping pong ball the same way. The ping pong ball is drawn for the seat.
It's very good.
The ping pong ball is mainly to see which seat they are going to occupy. So we nominate 5 judges, and the 5 judges, before they go to their seats, they pick up ping pong ball, which says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they go to their seats accordingly. Then at the same time, there is another set of ping pong balls in the supervisor, and the supervisor picks up 3.
I'm sorry.
And those 3 are the
Okay.
ones that will be counted, just like the computer, but the supervisor does that. And then with those 3 numbers, when the referee collects all 5, referee doesn't know which ones are going to be counted. He collects all 5 and comes and gives it to the supervisor. Supervisor knows which ones he's going to count. So on the paper that he has, the supervisor's paper, he will say, Judge 1, 10-9, Judge 2, 10-9, Judge 5, 10-9, that he keeps it. And after 3 rounds are finished, he can announce the results on what he has got on paper.
He makes the announcer sheet. He writes the announcer sheet like what you have there.
So
We have,
instead of taking 3 points, we took 5, we appointed 5 people, and from those 5, the supervisor picked up 3 ping pong balls, separate set of ping pong balls, and that way we continue to just like it'll take more time consuming. It's more time consuming, but the neutrality of the judges are protected. So if you just appoint 3, everybody knows those are the people who are making the judgment.
Okay. So, okay, so now I showed you what is done when you have the computer, when you get the computer, that is what you have to do. It's just to press, in front of you will have a pad, and then you press 10, 9, or 9, 10, whatever, right? And you have 15 seconds to press your decision. And you can't change your mind after that. Once you press it, that's it. It goes to the supervisor, and then it gets printed. So you do it round by round. Next round, you don't worry about what you have. You score the other round. You forget about what happens in the first round. You start fresh with the second round. And the same. You look at the bout and then make your scoring accordingly. And you either press if you have the computer, or you write on the sheet. What I gave you, there are 2 sheets. Each one of these is filled in every round. Huh? I gave you 2. So one of them you fill in for 1 round. So, for example, you are all 5 of you selected. You watch the bout. You have to fill in what they say. NOC code is this is internationally. Canada is CAN. Vietnam VIE, Philippines PHI. This is like the code for the countries. So for you, maybe you have to put your
Club.
club, but you're officials, no? Referee judges, you're supposed to be all neutral. Right? You don't belong to any club. So this is only whether internationally, so they know what country is officiating. Although technically they say you are AIBA or you belong to the confederation, so you are not, you don't belong to any other association or country. Okay, but that is what it meant. That is what the NOC code is, the country code. Okay, so then you put your the round number, and you see here round for red and round for blue. That is what you have to fill in. Every round, first round, if it is for elite, first round, second round, third round. End of the round, the referee collects all the sheets and gives them to the supervisor. The supervisor now, when he gets all the sheets, he writes, for example, the chosen judges will be judge 1, 1, 3, and 5. So he will, from the 5, choose the score of judge 1 and writes down here on this form. And then on and on till the last round. Okay, with the third round. Third round, there is a part here that says, at the bottom, it says, in case of a tie. Okay? Can you see on your score sheet? It says, in case of a tie, my preference. You fill in at the end of the round. Because in case of your scores being tied, right, and we need to determine which is your winning boxer, this will be determined by your preference. Okay? All right. Now,
It replaces the old system where the jury member holds the white card or whatever, and then the judges ask to press who is their preferred winner. Instead of that, when the bout is finished, you already put down, if there's a tie, my preferred winner is red. So that saves the question of having to get all the judges once again to press red or blue. That's the only difference. There's not a big difference there.
oh, is this green better than the blue? Can you see?
Doesn't matter.
Does it matter? Okay. All right, I'll show you examples of how you get a tie for your scores. 3 rounds. So, okay, this one, 10, 8, 9, 10. Okay, this being red and this is blue. 10. Okay, so what is the total here? 28, 28. Okay. So, this is a tie. Okay? The other way, other one is okay, so what is the score?
29.
Everyone, what's the score? Okay. This is 29, but it's not a tie, huh? But during the bout, there was a warning. Now the warning, the boxer who is warned gets deducted only 1 point. Before it was 2 points. You remember with the computer, it was 2 points? Or 2 in the old system, whether you computer or the clickers. Okay, 2 points before for warning, now only 1. And the supervisor is the one that keeps track of the warning. Okay, so now a supervisor will say, this red was warned, huh? So warning -1. So this now becomes, okay, so again, tie. So these are examples of how you can get a tie score from your 3 rounds. It could be the other way around of scoring, but it comes up to here. Okay?
So then after every bout in the third, you always declare,
Yeah.
if you think there's a tie, you always regard.
Doesn't matter.
Regardless, okay.
Doesn't matter of whether there will be a tie or not a tie. You will still have to check
The winner.
the winner. This way, the supervisor already knows when he gets all your sheets at the third round, the end of the round, after he tallies and sees that these are scores are tied. Then he knows how to break the tie. Okay. So there are, I'll show you when we come to the decision how, when you have to, when you need to break the tie, why you need to have the tie.
Now, are
Okay.
the scorecards collected at the end of every round?
Every round, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a skill that a fighter wants. If a fighter feels he's ahead and you don't wanna,
Okay, so he can do, but now
Yeah,
it's
but
difficult to
you
know.
see,
Now difficult to tell with the new scoring
yeah, but-
system. Right? Because you have to get your boxer to
See.
box round by
yeah, but
round.
he can throw punch once in a while and just
Yeah,
don't
but-
go
I
out,
thought
you know.
that's you can also do that, if you think that your boxer is winning, but normally, when you're judging about, normally they say to have a good impression. Give a good impression, finish well. In the last 30 seconds, that we used to tell, you used to tell that to your boxers, finish well. Mark,
One of the-
am I not correct, Mark?
yeah, but
Okay.
I think this is why I was asking him, I think it's very, very important that the coaches here understand the difference between how they used to score within that 1 second window. Before, 3 judges would have to hit the button at the same time within 1 second for it to be a registered point. So what Jerome's saying in that 3rd round, sure, it's much easier to get away and it's harder for the other guy to score it, but under this new scoring, one blow
Yeah.
scores, the judge sees it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't get away from that, just that running and not fighting anymore.
Yeah,
You know.
just saying.
That's
just
what I'm
have
saying,
two
that's why
punches
you
and
have
that.
to get your
So
boxer.
that strategy is
to
finished
box.
with now.
And
under this new
actually,
scoring.
Mark is correct, but just to clarification for Mark, the 1 point window, 1 second window of 3 of them agreeing and there's an accepted score, that was done away with for since 2011, I think, and we changed it to still scoring system that counts all the punches of the 5 judges, and the computer
Right.
had taken the mean, taken the high and the low, and averaged the scores of the 3 remaining judges. That was just for your information, because now we have to forget about that now. Now, that is all in the past, but that 1 second window was the first one type of scoring, and then the second one was averaging the three judges. So now we come to this. Individual judging has to be, your boxers have to box well, because first round they can win, okay? They can have 10-8 or 10-9. The second round they can lose by 9-10. Third round becomes a deciding round, okay? So that's why you have to tell your boxers, box through round by round. No more, okay, I'm ahead after 2 rounds, I'm ahead by 10 points, and now I can take it easy in the 3rd round. So there's no more, that's why the style of preparing your boxers have now changed, okay? Any,
No?
all right, okay, so now, any questions on this? Why we need for you to identify and check who you prefer at the end of the last round? Is very important in case of a tie. Okay, now we go to, it's 11:45. Any questions on this? I think the questions come when you start using the system, and then you will have some questions, some concerns, and then you can revisit the rule after that. Okay. Okay, now we come to decisions. So can I erase this now, my nice artwork?
Take a picture.
And he's been taking
Okay,
it.
it's okay.
Please don't post this on your Facebook, Mark.
Everyone.
Okay. Now, so you can either way, like I say, you can have manually, you can say you are using 5, or you can use 3. But the 3, you know the 3, you have to take the scores of the 3. But with the 5, because you're drawing the names before the bout starts, right? So nobody knows what scores you're using if you have the 5 judges. It's been done, and we have practiced it in our competition in Asia. And it worked well, because they say if you have only 3 judges, they can say, okay, now we know we are the 3, so we can together, they say more manipulation and that, but with the 5, you don't know whose scores are being taken. It becomes a surprise. It's easier, more fairness is there. Amy?
Then why would they offer the option for just 3 judges? if
Because
that's where they're
sometimes
going
it's more,
with it?
it's easier to, internationally, because they know internationally that, because they are watched carefully, if they make a mistake, next day they're suspended. You heard it at the Olympic Games about the referee judge who was sent home? Did you know about that? There was a referee judge who was sent home after he refereed the bout. I mean, anyway, this is refereeing, so whether you referee or judge, internationally, if you make a mistake, you have evaluators, judges evaluators, referees evaluators who are watching the bout. And if you make a mistake, tomorrow you're gone. So the chances of them trying to favor is less, as to opposed to, for example, in Asia they say, oh, we can't use these 3 because now together they're going to know, they know that their scores are the only ones that's being used. Okay, that's just a precaution for you, but you can use 3. You can use 3 because this is what international, the AIBA was giving us a direction. And when we use this at our competition in Asia, the Junior Continental Championships, we use 3 judges.
So internationally, you can even use 3, it's not just for.
Yeah, because the manual system, but for the computer system, 5 is the one that's used. Only that was only temporarily because the computer wasn't ready yet, but now it's ready.
So it'll always be the computer?
It will always be 5. I don't know whether your federation will use, because I see that you were still using the clickers, so I don't think you didn't have access
Not a
to it.
national event, still national.
Yeah, national event, but provincial event, you can still do the manual,
Right.
okay? But when you go internationally, this is what happens. Any more questions for that? Okay, decisions. Okay, we have what we call WP. There is something called TKO. And TKOI. There's a very important KO. And there is a DQ. It's not Dairy Queen. What do you think this means, DQ? Okay. And W. I remind because my grandson likes to go to DQ. Okay, WP is win on points, huh? Win on points. Okay, so that's when you're scoring like this. These points. And 2 ways of winning on points is unanimous and split. I think that in the professional they use the word majority.
Yeah.
But no, nothing like that. Only unanimous and split. Okay? Unanimous is when you know it's 3 of them is favoring one side, either way, red or blue. That's unanimous. Like 3-0, 0-3, 3-0 for red, 0-3 for blue. Okay? This is unanimous. Split. What can split be?
2 judges against 1, 2 judges win and 2,
Okay.
2.
This is like a 2-1. Okay? Or 1-2. When you say 1, it's 1 for red, 2 for blue. Okay, but there's different ways of the split. Huh? If 2 and the 1 is clearly for red. For example, you have 29, 28, 30, 27, and 28, 29. Okay? So this is a split for what side? What split is it? Who is this favoring? What corner?
Red.
Okay. So this is 2-1 for red. Okay? That is one way of split. The other way is if the third judge after this has this kind of score. 28-28. Not as a result of the warning, but as a result of his own score. If the judge scored like this, so you have two clearly for red, and one is tied. It's also called split. Okay? Is it clear? I see you all. Okay, so unanimous and split. Okay. Now, if, for example, why we need you to, we have your preference. For example, you have a score like this, 29-28, and this. Okay. So now what happens? Any guesses?
Look at what the preference was.
Huh? Correct. That's when you need the preference. So now, for example, you said on your sheet, you prefer the red or the blue, for example. Okay? So, this one, these two, can you say who the winner from these two? These three? Do you have a winner for this? Supposing like this, 29-28, you have a preference for here, only one. This is 28-28. Can you make a decision from here? No? Okay. That's, you need to have the third one. Okay, third one could either be for here, like for example. So, now, you have a split, but you know who it's for. Okay? So you have one for red, two for red. So 2-1 for red. And that's why it's very important that you have this preference at the end of the round. Any question? Okay.
So that information is not required to be on the supervisor's report.
All he has to do is, if you're, for example, if you're a supervisor, and you have, for example, you have Judge 1 is, what I say here, 29-28. And Judge 2 is 28-28, 28-28. All you have to do is put plus on this side, on the red, plus on whoever this judge preferred as the winner in case of a tie. Right?
And then on the computer, you'll never have a tie because it'll
No,
be
no.
kept.
Yes, if you have a computer, it's a different story. Okay, if Roger has a question. If it's computer, okay, what the now supervisor will ask you, he will have a white pad, I think. He will have a white pad, and from your computer, you will have to put your preference. For example, three of you, or he may ask all of you. Although he's not telling you whose score he's using. So when he sees this white, in the olden system of the scoring system, if everything is equal, the last way of breaking the tie is from the judge's selection. So the white pad goes up. That means you, in front of your pad, you have to press red or blue, whoever you prefer. And the same goes for this one, this time. But if you're doing manual, to save the second process of going to you and please check who your preference is in case of a tie, then this comes very handy. Okay, any question on this? You are all sleepy, do you need a break? You need to stand up and stretch?
We got 15 more minutes, so
okay, because it's a whole lot, the decision involves a lot of things. Okay, so win on points, okay, no questions? Okay, so next one, TKO. What does TKO mean? Everyone agree? TKO. Okay. No more RSC. We said there's no more RSC.
Right.
There's no more retirement. Right? There's no more CCL, which actually that was out long ago. So now RSC, technical knockout. If you're in the professional, you say TKO, technical knockout. Okay, so this one is when the referee stops the bout, when he sees that the bout is overmatched, one-sided. When he sees that the other boxer is getting a lot of punches. When the coach throws a towel. Okay, when can the coach not throw the towel? To retire the boxer.
At the 8 count. At the 8 count.
You know, I'm asking others.
Well, I was about to say the same thing too, so.
Okay. Mark knows this. Okay, so when can you not throw the
Well,
towel?
like we were just saying, you said you don't want
Ah,
somebody
very
else
good,
to
very
know.
good. Okay, when the referee is in the process of counting, okay, and you feel, oh, I have to save my boxer, then I must throw the towel. You cannot, because the referee will ignore you. He will not even say, okay, retirement. He will finish his count. Then he will decide whether it's a TKO or something else. Okay, in the past, whether it's RSE or retirement, you have to decide. Now, you retire, or you or the referee will stop the bout, it is TKO, technical knockout, okay?
So it's just a change of terms, right?
Change of terms, the same way, retirement, RSE outclass in the past, RSE also, it's the same,
Really
TKO.
going back to old terminology, when I used to box, TK was there.
Wouldn't RCH be a KO?
No, KO is different. Okay, so another way of this is, you heard about, there is a boxer, for example, gets knocked out of the ring. So during the bout, in the intensity of their punching, the boxer was thrown out of the ring, goes out of the ring. Okay, so now this boxer is given 30 seconds to come back into the ring, unassisted. So if you're a coach, if this happens to your boxer, please don't even go and touch your boxer, because once your boxer is touched, right, he loses by TKO. When he cannot come back to the ring, it's TKO. Okay, so he has 30 seconds, and this is where the timekeeper's duty comes into play. When this happens, then he has to time when the 30 seconds is finished. And then they advise the referee, now it's 30 seconds, so the boxer did not get into the ring before the 30 seconds is finished. So this boxer loses by TKO. Okay? All right, TKO-I. What is the I? What is the I for?
Injury.
Injury. Technical knockout injury. So this is as a result of the boxer receiving punches and an injury has occurred. For example, maybe a swollen eyebrow or bleeding, and the doctor said to stop the bout, or the referee feels that the bout has to be stopped. So this is injury. And also, if there is an injury not from punches, not as a result, what could it be then? What kind of injury? Okay.
Twisted ankle.
Ankle,
An elbow.
elbow, or dislocated elbow is very common. Not as a result of a punch. Okay, so that is also technical knockout injury. Because win on points, if there is injury, okay, if an injury happens and it is from unintentional foul, for example. Okay, when the boxers are exchanging blows and the boxer was injured, could not continue the bout, doctor says you have to stop the bout, but it is from unintentional, not willing. The other opponent did not intend to throw this punch, right? It is not TKO-I. It goes on win on points.
Would that be the same for a cut? The referee stops, the doctor stops it because of a laceration.
Okay,
Would that,
but that is from the cut usually from continued punches.
it could be a headbutt, especially with no
Okay,
head,
fine.
especially with no headgear, it could
Okay,
be
that's
clashing the
correct, yeah.
heads.
That's if it is for headbutt, for example, and if it's unintentional, right? Unintentional, then it goes under win on points. Who is leading up to that point? So even if the bout has just started on the first round, this is another intricacy of this new system, right? If the injury is from unintentional foul, and it happens after the bell rang on the first round, then you are asked to score. You will have to say who is the winner for this bout, even if it's a partial bout.
You score the round.
You
of
have
the
to
injury.
score the round, yeah. Okay? If it is unintentional foul. And for that, the referee will have to make sure that it is unintentional. If he's not sure, he can poll the judges. He can see whether was that a legal blow or was that this blow intentional, right? So then he makes a decision. Because if it is from an injury, from a clear foul, sustained injury, then it becomes TKO injury. But if it is from unintentional, then the boxer who is injured will still have a chance to win. If at that point he was leading, according to the judge's opinion. Okay?
Let's go back just for just 1 second with the ticket, with the 30 seconds when they're outside the ring. Is that live time still running, or is the clock stopped for those 30 seconds?
I think it goes. You can call
Time.
time, but the timekeeper will make sure that the 30 seconds is accounted for. That's why you need to have, even if you have, that's why they say you need to have two stopwatches. And then now we have two timekeepers, one to look after the gong and one to look after the timing. Okay, Mark.
On a, maybe just to clarify this. So like before, when it was, you see some boxers that take an unintentional low blow. And they know that if they don't get up after the fight, they're gonna win. That's not the case
No,
anymore.
there's another situation that I'm going into that. There's a low blow, I can't say, there's a low blow situation where as a referee, you have to think, there's so many, they say if you do this, you do that. If you do this, you can't do that. All right, so in case of a low blow, two boxers, you thought there was a low blow. If the other boxer doesn't show any sign of being hurt, or you did not see a low blow, okay, you just, or maybe there's a low blow, but it's not enough that the other boxer did not show any sign of that him being injured, okay? As a referee, you just continue the bout, but at some point you will have to show to the other boxer that he's low, without stopping the bout. While the bout is going on, just go like this. When, without interfering with the bout, okay? So, that is one situation. Now, if there is a low blow, and the boxer, sometimes, you don't know, in the past they can be Academy Award winners. They will go like this, and they go down, and then the coach said, don't get up, stay down. In the past, the referee had no choice because he could not continue, then he will have to disqualify the other opponent. Right? This boxer who said he is injured and doing this, says he wins by disqualification. But now, that is not there anymore. Okay, so you cannot tell your boxers to act and stay there, because if he stays there, if he doesn't get up, he will lose the bout. And how is he going to do that? Okay, that's the procedure is like this. So if you see that the boxer is hurt, okay, he goes like this, and you count 1, 2, 3, and you don't think it's a low blow, right? You don't think it's a low blow. You count him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After 8, he's still not ready. Okay? You stop, and the timekeeper will have to give you 90 seconds to rest. Other opponent is in the neutral corner. The referee can now go to your neutral corner, and you allow this boxer to walk around and see whether he will recover. But you didn't see a low blow. Okay? Referee didn't see a low blow. All right, so at the end of 90 seconds, if he's not ready, he didn't say like this, then he loses by TKO. Okay, so, but if, for example, he goes like this, and you know as a referee that there was a low blow, you can disqualify the other boxer. You can give a warning, disqualify boxer. Okay? Immediately you can disqualify the other boxer. The other situation is after the 8th count, and he recovers, he doesn't want to act, he's like this, Okay, all you have to do is give the other boxer a warning, continue the bout. It does not warrant
But if
disqualification.
there warrants a disqualification, you still should leave that 90 seconds of recovery, then do, like, you're not gonna just stop the vote and.
Yeah, but if you
instantly,
know,
right?
okay, now like this, so now you saw them boxing, he goes like this, and you gave him an 8 count. After the 8 count, he didn't raise his hands,
Right.
means he's not ready, okay? So you say stop, you give him a chance to recover. He knows now. Now the coaches are told that this is the procedure for low blow, okay? So then he will give a chance. Maybe after 1 minute he's ready, but you give him 90 seconds. You say time, and then but the timer will have to time for this 90 seconds. The timekeeper will have to time the 90 seconds.
So after 90, he can't continue, the opponent wins, if I hadn't seen it.
Yes, yeah. If it's not a low blow, after 90 seconds, if he doesn't say this, then
Okay.
you say technical knockout.
Now, if I see the blow, he can't recover after 90. Is it disqualification or does it go to scorecards?
You can disqualify the other, if you saw, but you should have done that in the beginning. When you saw that it was a low blow,
Yeah.
and he was doing this,
Yeah.
you could have disqualified him right away. But this kind of procedure is allowing us to not stop the bout just because the boxer is acting. Before, you almost always had no choice, because this boxer cannot continue, right? So what do? You disqualify that.
You can't tell whether that is accident, or you just gotta assume on what you think, right?
Now, if at the end you're not sure that it was a low blow, you can poll the judges. Was there a low blow? Was it legal blow? Or you can poll the judges, and then you make your decision. But that is the procedure now. Is you go to the second level. First of all, counting up to 8. If it doesn't say he's ready, you give him another 90 seconds.
But only
To
if you see,
recover?
but only if you see an indication that the boxer thought it was a low blow.
Yeah,
Like
the boxer
if
thinks, yeah, he thinks he's still acting. So you give him 90 seconds to act,
Yeah.
and at the end, after he gets up, you say, you
Okay,
just
so
stop the bout.
what happens? I see the blow,
Mm.
I take a point. I give the guy the 90 seconds. He can't continue after 90 after taking the point.
No, you only take the point when the boxer is ready to continue. After 8 count,
Yeah,
like he says like this, right?
yeah.
Means he's ready, but you saw there was a low blow. So you get the other guy and give him a warning. That's all, then continue the
After
bout.
he can continue.
After you give him the warning, then you continue the bout.
And at that point, give him his 90 seconds.
No, only if he cannot continue after 90 seconds. Because sometimes some of them know that, okay, I cannot act. I might show that I'm ready.
They maybe just taking the 8 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay, so 8 seconds. After 8 seconds, if he says he's ready, then you decide.
yeah.
He's ready now, we're ready to box. If there was no low blow, then box.
So if I didn't see it though, okay, automatically I give him the 8 count.
Yeah.
At that point, do I pull him, do I give him the 90 seconds?
If you
then
have a
pull him?
doubt that it may be a low blow, but
Right.
if there's no blow, you don't think it's a low blow,
Right.
you go ahead and continue.
No, but if I have a doubt,
You have a doubt?
I wasn't sure,
Yeah,
I was
okay.
out
If you
of
have a
position,
doubt,
say.
You have a doubt, then you can pull the.
You pull him
judges.
after the 8 count or after the 90
count,
seconds?
After the 8 count, before you make your decision
Okay, so
whether
you
to
would,
give him a
you
warning.
go 8 count, time, judges,
Yeah.
it was a low blow,
Okay.
90
So,
seconds.
not 90 seconds, because he's ready to box after you 8 count.
Oh, okay,
You counted him 8, and after 8 he says like this, he's ready. But now you are trying to decide, what am I going to do? I continue, you can continue the bout, but do I give this other boxer a warning or not?
But the 90 seconds only
Yeah.
comes into play
If he says after 8
No,
count,
but if there's an indication that it was a low blow. If there's no indication that it was a low blow, it's just a normal.
no, you still give him a chance, because if the boxer is not ready after you counted 8, whether you think there's a low blow or no blow,
Okay.
you have to give him the 90 seconds.
The 90s,
He's not
90 seconds has nothing
he's
to
not
do.
ready.
90 seconds has nothing to do with the low blow.
Nothing to do with that,
Okay.
because you are determining, because the boxer will still try, maybe he's acting, maybe it's true that that it's painful,
Mhm.
okay? So you have to give him that 90 seconds. If he's not ready after the 8 count,
That applies to any 8 count.
yeah, the 8 count, okay, there's a punch, okay?
Oh, only low blow.
Exchange of
Only low
punch.
blow.
You
Only-
thought maybe there was a low blow, but your boxer already was going like this.
Yeah.
So you count 1, 2, 3, after 8, he
So
doesn't
it's-
go like this, he's
Yeah.
still going like he's in pain. You say time, and then allow him to rest.
So it's only for indications of a low blow, or if you see a low blow?
That is a low blow, this is a low blow procedure,
Yeah.
not for anything else,
Okay.
not for head punch or.
But so-
This is a procedure only for
Yeah.
low blow. It's because you know how, like I told you in the past,
Whether you've seen it or whether there's an indication of it.
okay, yeah.
So does this 90-second rule, does it not fall into place for, well, low blows of foul, but for fouls in general?
No, only for 90 seconds. This is a 90-second rule, especially for low blow.
Okay, but if I see the punch,
Mm.
I see it,
Okay.
now say it's not on purpose, it's unintentional, but he gives a low blow and I see it. I give him the 8 count. Then after the 90 seconds, he can't continue.
Then the other boxer wins, he loses,
The other boxers win.
he loses.
The guy that's given the foul wins?
No,
The other way
but
around.
there's no foul, you said, there's no foul.
No, I seen it.
You
But
seen the foul?
I seen the
And then
foul.
after 90 seconds,
He
he's
can't,
ready?
he cannot continue.
He cannot continue after 90 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, then you have to disqualify the other boxer. But you
Okay.
should have done it in the first
You wouldn't
first
give him
procedure.
90 seconds.
So after
You would
the
have-
8
But I mean,
count,
okay, but if it's unintentional.
What took you so long to decide that?
Unintentional.
Yeah, but a lot of cases, you're gonna,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
it doesn't warrant a in your mind, not a disqualification. So you're gonna take the point away,
Uh-huh.
but in your mind, you say, well, it's not that bad, I'm gonna take a point, but I'm not disqualifying him. But if you can't continue, then you have to disqualify him because you can't win on a foul.
Yeah.
So,
So my-
But I would take the point right after the 8 count.
If the boxer is ready to box,
Yeah.
if the boxer is ready to box and ready to continue, if you see that there was a low blow, you give this opponent a warning
Yeah.
and continue the bout. Let them box
but I
again.
think what he's saying though, for instance, if he sees it's intentional
Mhm.
and like he does the 8 count, right? He knows it's intentional. What
Okay.
what he's saying, I think, is he can take the point off the other guy for the intentional blow and still give the guy 90 seconds. And after 90 seconds, if the guy cannot continue, he would disqualify that guy.
Yeah.
I think that's what
a
you're
That's
saying.
exactly
procedure.
right.
It's a procedure, yeah. Okay.
Because, I mean, normally on a low blow, unless it's a vicious no blow,
Usually
the first
after
time, you
8
don't
seconds, yeah.
you don't disqualify him, you don't
But you
take a
can tell,
point.
but this is just to avoid them from acting
Yeah, okay.
and them getting
Got it.
away from acting.
I have
Right?
just one
Mike.
question though, like, okay, so let's take a look at another scenario,
Mhm.
okay? Now, the guy hits the guy in the back of the head,
Okay.
okay? Knocks him down. That's an illegal blow, okay? Wouldn't the same principle apply? Like, this is what I'm saying, like.
But you don't give them a rest period, you don't
You don't give him
give them
90 seconds, it's only
If that
for a low
happens
blow.
and he's down and he can't continue,
No, no,
you
but-
disqualify the other boxer.
Okay, but what I'm saying though is, so the only time that you allow this
90
90
seconds
seconds.
is only for low blow.
Only for low blow.
Specific,
Okay.
this is a special rule for low blow, because like I said in the past, when a boxer wants to act, he always got away with acting and the other boxer have
So,
always
okay,
disqualified.
So if a guy gets hit in the back of the head or some other foul.
Any other
Yeah,
foul?
any
he
other
goes
foul,
down,
it falls
any
on the
other
regular
foul
rules.
falls on the regular thing, you
Okay.
need to caution or you need to, a warning, it's
Or
your
disqualified
discretion.
with bad
Okay.
mouth.
Referee's discretion,
Yeah.
right? But you don't give them 90 seconds. So the only time that you're giving timing is 30 seconds for when the boxer is out of the ring to come back, or in case of a low blow, 90 seconds.
So the shot in the back of the head.
No,
If it's,
that
on-
is-
I know, but what I'm saying is that if it's,
If you think like intentional foul, you know what they say, intentional foul, is the guy is down and you punch, okay? You give the other guy warning, immediate warning, you don't need to have a caution.
Right.
Right? So now the change of rule now for refereeing is the same. Now is before you say, if you give 3 cautions for the same offense, you give a warning. Now it's your discretion, referee's discretion. Is you can, if it is intentional, immediately you can warn the boxer, or you can caution 5 times, and you don't feel like a warrants a warning, then you don't need to give
Just,
a warning.
but is the mouth guard rule a little bit
Okay,
different for
mouth
that? That's
guard
different,
rule.
right?
It's a different rule
Okay.
for mouth guard. Okay, it's also
A little more
it goes,
confusing.
it like goes from one to another. So anyway, mouth guard. Before when the mouth guard is dislodged or gets removed from the mouth as a result of a punch, the procedure is you pick it up, get it cleaned up, put it in the box's mouth, you give them a caution. Okay? Then if it happens a second time, in the past, second time, give a warning. Now you give him another chance. Okay. But if, for example,
That's not became on a blow though, not
Yeah.
intentionally spit out.
that you will know, okay, for example, the intentional is like this, you're counting the boxer, 1, 2, as a result of a punch. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the end of your 8 count, he spat the gum shield out. Okay? You continue your bout, you continue your counting up to the 8. Okay? And then you pick up his gum shield, take him to the corner, and get it clean, and put it back, and give him a warning. Because this is intentional. He wants another chance to rest.
So, because when we were in Regina and we were fighting Puerto Rico, one of the guys' mouthpiece came out during the fight,
Okay.
and they took a point off.
Okay, so maybe the referee saw that he had spat it out.
Well, yeah, like
intentionally.
it just, I
But if
guess-
if it was punched, dislodged, and you didn't see that he did it
Well, it
intentionally.
came out without a punch.
Okay, so the rule now, what we have is, first one, if it's not intentional, give a caution. Second time, it falls off, again, caution, don't warn. Third time, that you have to pick up the gum shield, take him to the corner. Then at the time, you give him a warning.
And the
3 times.
And the fourth
Before
time's
it
an
was
automatic
2, not 3.
disqualification. And the fourth time would be an automatic
No,
disqualification.
disqualification for warning is 3 warnings in the whole bout, is
Oh,
disqualification.
So he can do it up 5 times now before getting disqualified.
No. The same rule applies for disqualification.
Right.
When we get to DQ, we'll
But I
tackle
can,
that.
I can take 2 warnings away. It's on the 3rd warning you get disqualified.
Yes,
Right?
doesn't
So-
have to be
so I
for the
do-
same offense.
I do caution, caution,
okay,
warning, warning.
yes.
It's not till the 5th time he gets disqualified.
If
Whereas
he does it
before-
again, okay, so now, we're only talking about gum shield, eh?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
First time, comes out, it's not intentional. You pick it up, give it to him, okay, cleaned up, so caution. Second time, same, caution. Third time, again, making you work, okay? Warning, give him a warning for this. Now, second time, he does it. Another time, not second, really now 4th time now.
Yes.
Okay, so, warning, that means he's got 2 warnings. So, to be disqualified for any offense, doesn't have to be the same offense. If you disqualify him the next time for another offense, not necessarily for gum shield, he is disqualified. Or I'm saying if you warn him for another offense,
Right.
okay? That means how many warnings now he's had? 3. Or the same rule, 3 warnings, disqualification. Doesn't have to be the same offense. Okay? But if it is only gum shield,
Right.
but I'm sure this boy will know, his coach will tell him, don't do it, you will be disqualified. I mean, what coach will not tell the boxer not to do it? When
Well,
they know
but
that if he does it
Yeah.
again, he will be
Well, I'm saying
disqualified.
that's a change though, because before, on the gun shield rule, your second warning, you're disqualified. They only allowed you the 1 warning.
When was that rule?
It's in the book.
Ooh, that's
No,
always
no,
done it.
no. The book says, first time caution, if you see it comes out, you don't, no one has ever been disqualified for gum shield. In the old rule, if the gum shield comes out as a result of a punch, the boxer gets a caution. Second time, warning.
Warning.
Now, the new rule is if it comes out first time, caution, not intentional, not he didn't spit it out, not you didn't see it, but just from maybe from the punches, maybe got dislodged. Okay, so 3 times. The 3rd time it happens, then that's when you give him a warning, him or her. Okay. Next time he does it because you already warned him for the same offense.
Yeah.
So 2 warnings. He does it again, 3rd time. Now he does 3 times now for the same, because what the rule says, you do not, once you give a warning for 1 offense, you cannot go back to the caution. Okay, for the next one, it has to be a warning.
In the same round?
Doesn't matter, same round, 3rd round, 4th round, okay? Doesn't matter, as long as it warrants, you're not just doing it because you want to give a warning.
But you just said earlier.
Phil.
Can you give a
Time
break,
over,
quarter
I'm
after?
sorry.
Let's take a
Okay, so
15-minute
we'll take a break.
Why don't we just finish this portion?
You keep your
Okay, let's-
questions, and then when we come back, we'll have a,
Answer Roger's one question and then we'll go.
Okay, but you
Oh,
made
Roger.
a, you made a point earlier now that I can,
okay, please pay attention, Jerome. One more question, and then
okay,
we'll
you
break.
said I can caution a boxer as much as I want before I take a point. Now, once I take the point, I can't caution him again?
Not for the same
No.
offense.
Okay,
Not for the same offense. So, for example, the boxer, you caution the boxer for like open glove, open. Okay, so maybe you gave him 5 times
Yeah.
caution. So maybe at this time you said he's been doing it so many times, I have to warn him.
so then after that again,
The
okay.
next time again he does it, warning.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
right?
Okay.
Is it clear? Is it clear?
Hey,
That is one win on points. And if the boxers are injured, 2 of them, and they cannot continue, right, they will have to take the points up to that time that they're starting the box.
So if there's a small cut that happens in the first round, by the third round, the cut's so big that the fight can't continue anymore. Would it determine, so would it determine how that cut was created?
No, because
For
it
the
has,
result.
it has gone on to, you know, it has gone to first round. So if it, for example, if you just started and there's an injury, or maybe in the first 30 seconds of the bout, and there's an intentional, it's an injury, boxer cannot continue, and from an intentional foul, then you can go.
But what I'm saying is, say he gets a little small cut over his eye. Okay, he comes and sits down at the end of the second round, they fix it. He goes out in the second round, the cut's bigger. They go out and sits down at the end of the second round, and the third round begins. The cut gets so big that the doctor's gotta stop the fight. What's the result on that?
TKO injury. Injury. You said sustained from punches.
As long as it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, but intentional usually is a one punch. If it is a one punch and there's an injury after that punch, and that punch is unintentional, I mean, usually it's not like a accumulation of punches, right? Because if it is like for example a cut on the eyebrow, that means that they have exchanged punches.
Well,
And
what
this is from a series of punches that he has
Right,
received.
but what I'm saying, like, say there's an accidental type of cut, there's a little cut.
Okay, first
And
time
by
butt.
the third- by the-
First time head butt, for example. First time head butt. And the doctor, you have to take him to the doctor, and doctor says, no, he can't continue. Okay? So now you will see whether it is an intentional or intentional. Then you have to make that decision. Okay? All right. So then TKO, and then win on points now. Okay? 3 times TKO injury. Now KO is, what is TKO again? Knockout. So when do you stop the bout because of this?
You can stop it right away.
Okay? What way?
Well, if the guy goes down and it's obviously you wouldn't, sometimes you'll know, you don't even have to count.
Okay, when KO, yeah, unable to carry, if you count the boxer, give him a standing 8 count, 1, 2, 3. You get to 8 and he's still not ready to continue. That means he's still something still wrong. You can go up to 10. Okay, when you reach 10, that is knockout. Okay. Then the way is if there is a punch, the boxer sustained a severe punch, he's down on the floor, right? When you see that he cannot get up, you don't need to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You say stop 1, then doctor. Immediately call the doctor. You don't have to count him up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't have to do that before you say out. You can say 1, 2, out, doctor. Or say stop 1, doctor. It's out.
And that's
Okay.
a KO.
That's a KO. Okay. Now, if both boxers are KO'd, if there's a knockout, okay. They say if now it's a double knockout. They say when one is down, okay, you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then not to warrant the doctor to come in. Huh? He cannot continue, you're still counting him. Then the other boxer, in the process of you counting, he falls. Now there's 2 you're counting. So you continue your count. If you stop at 6 and he's down, 7, 8, 9, and you count until up to the time when one of them is out. If both are still down, then both are knocked out. After you're 10, out, still not
Who
ready.
won?
There's no winner. Both lost by knockout.
But the 8 count doesn't get suspended now if, before the other boxer was out of the neutral corner walking around. I'm starting an 8 count, 1, 2, 3. I notice the opponent is not in the neutral corner. Then we caution the neutral corner and we pick up the count from 4, 5, 6. Now the timekeeper will pick up the count, and so if I was 1, 2, 3, I caution them and I could get back to be 7, 8, or the time will stop.
What they call is you suspend the count. So
It does get
so
suspended,
okay, when you are going to give a count, okay, you say stop 1. You say, before you say 1, there must be 1 second interval. You don't say stop 1. That's wrong. Okay, stop 1, 2, and then look at it. But because you can motion to the boxer. If he doesn't go, motion to reach the farther neutral corner.
Right.
Like 3, 4, and then if you're not doing it, you stop the count and wait for him to get there. Okay? But your eye should be on the person you're counting, giving the count, and the other boxer. Because who knows, he must have also sustained an injury. Or he's trying to come out from the corner. And when you say box, he comes rushing to the other boxer. Okay, that's what you have to prevent happening. Okay? So is that okay? You stop the count till the other boxer goes to the neutral corner. But when you know that he's already on his way to the neutral corner, he's walking, then you continue the count. It's when he's going around different places and not going and not walking towards the corner, then you suspend the count. All right, so that's knockout, huh? And disqualification, of course, we discussed.
One point, when both boxers are knocked down, or let's say one had a hard point at counting, and while you're counting him, when you're counted up to 5, the other boxer falls down. You continue to count from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and whoever gets up, boxes, otherwise out. But don't start a new count on the next guy. Each boxer doesn't have to get counted to 10. One count is going on. And when that count is going on, carry on with the count. So the other boy might only get 5, then can't help it. You can't start a new count for the second guy that fell down. It's the same process, and whoever gets up at 10 continues to it. And if both don't get up, both are out. That's just an explanation.
Okay. All right. So now, this is clear, knockout? Like you said, you don't need to wait till you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you know boxer is down, out, doctor. Immediately call the doctor. And that's why you must brief your doctors. Sometimes some doctors are new and they don't know what they have to do. So you have to brief them that when the referee asks them to come in, they should immediately get in and help. Because we say when the boxer is down, you must try not to move, especially moving the head. Because if boxer is injured, movement of the head could cause severe injury, more damage to the boxer. You can remove the gum shield. You can remove the gum shield, but don't have to try and remove head guard and remove glove. That is not your duty. And do not allow the others to come in, only you and the doctor. Unless, of course, the doctor says he needs a stretcher, he needs help. Otherwise, don't even allow the coaches to come in. Okay, not only the referee. And once the doctor is in, then you can do your job. You can send the other boxer to his corner, get him to unglove. And when the supervisor is ready, you can announce while the doctors are doing what they have to do with the other boxer. Okay? Is it clear? More questions? Okay. Disqualification. Of course, I think we talked about this. 3 warnings in the bout. Disqualification. You can even disqualify the boxer right away without waiting for 3. If you know that the boxer has done a bad infraction of the rule the first time, we can disqualify him. Don't have to wait for 3 or for cautions, okay? Huh? Any question on this? Now, what is WO? Okay, walkover. Workout also, but not in our decision. Okay, walkover. Before, we said if there's a walkover, you ask the boxer to be in his competition gear, and he has to come in, and you have to introduce him, and you have to unglove him. Then you go through all that procedure. But now the rule says, if the supervisor knows it's a walkover, and they tell the referee it's a walkover, or you don't even have to tell, the announcer will just announce that for this bout, so-and-so wins a walkover. The boxer doesn't need to get into the ring, okay? Now, if it is an unknown walkover, for example, the blue corner comes and presents himself in the ring, and when the names are called, the red boxer is not coming, so maybe the announcer was, okay, give him another call, second call. All right, so now the procedure is for you, the referee, you do your inspection, you do your whatever, the head guards, the gloves, and the jury will tell the timekeeper to time, ring the bell, 1 minute. So there's 1 minute, and when the minute is finished, then it's declared as walkover. That is the second type of walkover. One known walkover, where the boxer doesn't have to come into the ring, it will be just announced. And the second one, if it's not known, and you do this procedure, and then the boxer is given 1 minute to come into the ring, the opponent. All right? It's clear? Okay.
So there's no more draw or no contest?
No. No.
No draw at all. No contest is not acceptable. It has to be every bout has to be a winner.
Okay,
And for
so-
the winner, the bout must take place.
What happens if you're in the middle of a card and you have a power failure?
Oh, okay. That's a different, okay, that's a different
Well, that's where no
story.
contest would come in, that's why I asked.
When, are they boxing?
Yeah.
They have box?
But they
Okay,
can't finish the bout.
if the bout starts, for A or B, when the bout starts the first round, the score up to that time gets taken, and then the winner is announced. Before they say you must have reached the third round. If it's a third round, then you can have a winner. If it's first round, then you have to postpone the second day, and so on and so forth. Now it says, if the bout has started, first round, even if it's 10 seconds and the lights went out, okay, that bout is scored up to that time. And whoever is the winner announces the winner. And then you have to, the supervisor will decide now whether to continue, whether you have to wait or continue the next day. Continue about the next day. But for that particular bout, if it has already started, then the winner has to be chosen. The judges will have to score up to the point where the ring broke or the electricity, no lights are out. Okay, so then they still have to announce the winner for that bout. Right? Okay? Now, KB, countdown. Now, for elite, when do you have, in the past, when do you start the bout? How many countdowns?
4. Are you talking about 8 counts?
Yeah, 8 counts. So how many 8 counts should the boxer have before the bout is stopped?
3 in a round.
3 in the round, 4 no.
Or 2 and 3.
Okay, all right. So, in the new rule, in the old rule, that's correct, you have, if it is elite, you have 3 in 1 round and 4 in the bout, right? In the new rule, for elite men only, it is 3, if the countdown is in 1 round, and he got 3 countdowns in that round, you can stop the bout. And that is a TKO. Right? Now, no, 3 in the round. But if he doesn't get counted 3 in the first round, second round, then there's no limit. Okay. In the past, you have for the men, you have a countdown. For example, first round, 1 to 2 counts in the first round. Then the next round, he got another 1. Then in the third round, he got another 1. And now so you have to stop it because now it's 4 in the round. Right? Right? So you stop the bout before and you called it RSC. So in this new rule, only for elite men, 3 rounds, 3 KDs in 1 round, in a round, in any particular round, then you have to stop the bout. And you call it TKO. If he gets 2 in the first, okay, then he gets 2 the next one, you don't stop the bout. You don't stop it. Because now it says no limit after that.
3 per round every round.
Yeah. But if he gets 2 in the second round, for example, in the second, okay, for first round he had 2 counts. But you could not stop it because it's only 2. In the second round, he had 2. Can you stop the bout with the new rule? No. Okay? Because it says if he doesn't have 3 in the round, there's no limit. You cannot stop. But for example, in the second round, he sustained 3 KDs, then you have to stop it. Because we say 3 in a round. But no limit in the whole bout.
So you can have 2, 2, and 2 in a 3
You
round.
can have 2, 2, 2, maximum of 2.
Or discretion shut.
Or you can say
open it
you
up.
can have up to 6
The
KDs.
6 in 3 rounds.
Maximum of 6 in
But
3
the
rounds.
referee can still stop it at his discretion.
He can, it's his discretion if he thinks that he doesn't need to wait for the KDs. If he thinks that it's one-sided, right? The other boxer is being punished and he has no way of catching up. He's overmatched. Referee has to stop the bout. And you call it TKO. Okay? So now that is only for men. Huh? Men, 3 in the round and no limit for the rest of the bout. But for women, youth, men, women, juniors, men, women, same, 3 in 1 round and 4 for the bout. Before your juniors have lower. You used to say 2 in 1 round and 4 2 in 1 round and 3 in the bout. But now all are the same. For women, once again, women elite, women youth, men junior. No, okay, they call them junior girls, junior boys. Okay, so 3 in the round and 4 in the bout.
So elite women, 6 even in 4 rounds?
Elite women, only men.
Only men?
Only men.
6?
No.
Well, no, they have to have 3 in the round, in 1 round before you can stop the bout. The countdowns, the KDs or 8 count should be given in 1 round. 3 in 1 round, then you can stop the bout.
I think.
Okay, but you're saying you can have up to 6 in an elite men's
No,
fight?
no.
Wasn't
Okay,
that
no,
what-
but what they say is the maximum KD you can have because there is no limit. If you don't make 3 in 1 round, right? The maximum is you can have 6 because sometimes you can have 2 in the first round. You cannot stop as a referee.
Okay, so then women can have 8?
No.
No.
How can you have 8?
Because there's 4 rounds, isn't there?
Oh, for women? No, for women you can't do it. Women, I'm saying again, only for elite men. Elite men, the 19 to 40-year-old. Okay, I better write. 19 to 40 years old. I know it's very hard to digest because even I have to read the rules several times. Okay, so elite men. Okay, 3 KDs, 1 round, and you stop. Okay, in 1 round, in any round. For example, first round, but as long as it's 3, first, second, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's 1 KD. Then the next one again, exchange of punches. You gave another count. That's 2, okay? I'm talking about the same boxer, not the other way, not one for red, one for blue. Same boxer. Okay, and the third, maybe about 2 minutes, 30 seconds of the first round, you gave him another count. So how many is that now for that round? 3. Okay, so you can stop the bout. Stop the bout and call it TKO. Elite men. Huh? And the same for all. Same for all women, junior, youth. But the only difference is for the men, for elite men, there is no maximum in the round. Like before. Before you say 4 in the bout. Okay? Whether it's 3 rounds or 4 rounds. 4 before. We used to stop the bout when you had 4 KDs. But not from elite men. Elite men only have 3. Then you can stop it. But for women, for youth and juniors, 3 KDs in the round and 4 in the bout. Is it clear?
Stays the same for everybody else.
Okay, Mark. Maybe you can.
I think the way you need to look at it is for elite men, the only way you could stop the bout is if they get 3 8 counts in one round.
Yeah.
They could have, by the end of the bout, they could have 5 or whatever, but the bout is only stopped if there's 3 in one round. For the women and the men, it gets down to 3
and 4.
3.
For women, elite, women, youth,
And juniors.
Junior youth,
Everybody believes.
youth men, junior girls. You know, I told you about the 3 classification according to age. You have the elite who are 19 and 40 years old. You have the youth who are 17 and 18, and you have the juniors who are 15 and 16. So the elite men, women, okay, although they have the same age group, the way they box and the way they're being treated is not the same, because men don't box, they box without head guards. Women box with head guards. Countdown for men, 3 in one round before they, and not, no, after that, if you don't give them a count in the round, the bout doesn't stop. Whereas for the others, 3 in one round and 4 in the whole bout. The countdown could be in the first round, 1 in the first round, 2 in the second round, and 1 in the third round. Then that's 4 in total. Then you stop the bout.
So that's for women, maximum 4?
For women, once again, women elite, youth men, you have to learn your classification. Youth, the 17, 18. No, it's okay. It's a good question, because even I told you everybody is
Everybody but elite men, it stays the same.
everybody but elite men, okay, has the same type of rule for the countdown. It's very difficult, but elite men, you think, okay, supposing you are judging that.
I don't even need to worry
You're
about
refereeing.
math,
Are
that's
you a
all I
referee?
need to worry about.
Are you referee?
No.
Well, you might become a referee, so you also have to know, right? This is knowledge for everyone, not just for all those who are refereeing now. Okay? So if it's still not clear, then I think maybe we'll have another video here or a PowerPoint.
Nope, that was cleared right up, thank
Clear?
you.
Okay, so this is the KD, yeah? So many things, like I said to you, it's, the change is not easy. It's not so much of rules, because what they're trying to do is to make it all standard for the WSB and for professional, for the AIBA professional boxing. And so they have to make it the same, but not exactly the same, because we still have women and we still have the youth and the junior to protect and to worry about, because we have to make the rules for them a little different. Okay? Any more, Mark?
No.
Okay.
Very good.
Now, I'm now going away from judging. I will go into coaching. Okay. Coaches now, you're allowed to have 3 in the corner, 3 seconds. You know, the third one is now called a cutman.
The what?
Cutman. the person who is responsible for covering your eyebrow cuts.
So we gotta train them to do that.
But you must know what you're doing.
She can't be a woman to
You,
do it?
well, cut man, cut woman, cut person should be the right person to say. Okay, so you are allowed 3, but two of them are allowed to get on the platform. Not all 3, only 2 can get up on the platform, and 1 to go inside during the rest period.
2 of the 1 or 2 of them?
One inside, one
The one that-
You can have 3 on the, you can have
you
3
can
out
have
there and
3.
only 1 in the ring.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
one
have
in the
3, 2 can mount the apron during the interval, and only 1 can go inside during rest period. But when I say 1, the other one on the platform cannot insert his body halfway through the ropes, because that means you have 2 people inside. If you're trying to help the other person inside by going inside the ropes, half of your body is in, that means you're in.
So what you're saying there is if there's a cut, then the only one that can go into the ring is a cut guy. Because like sometimes the cut guy.
Yeah, so they can interchange, the one can
Well, I
stay
know,
there.
but what I'm saying though is when the cut guy's inside the ring,
Okay, one moment. yeah.
when the
One
cut
second.
guy's inside the ring, as the coach, I can't stick my head through the ropes and talk to my boxer.
Yeah, but does a cutman usually go inside, or can he
No,
fix it from
no.
outside?
Well, normally he goes
Can he
inside.
fix it from outside?
No, you go inside.
You go inside.
Yeah, he goes inside, okay, so only 1 of them. Only 1 goes inside, not 2.
Well, no, you can still instruct from the side,
Yeah.
you just
Yeah,
you can't put your head through
That
the
is
ropes.
right, yeah. So anyway, the rule says you're allowed 3, 2 can mount the apron, and only 1 inside during the 1-minute rest. Okay?
But shouldn't they specify, if you got three people, 1 is a cut man, you just take a coach, should he have some sort of first aid? If that should be applying there, or just put 3 people there, like 1 don't know anything about cut?
If you are going for an international tournament, before you can even be given accreditation as a coach, they will check the database to see where you are registered. Okay, you'll be allowed, you will be given accreditation, and you'll be allowed in the field of play. If you have accreditation, you have no FOP on it, then you will not even be allowed to get close to the ring. So they will know, the AIBA will know.
No, the question-
who they're
No, I
allowed.
think
That's
what he's,
not my
I
Is
think
that
what
your
he's-
question?
No, that's not.
Ah, okay, sorry.
The
All right.
question that you been asking was that, if you have a cutman has to get into the ring to help the cut, to look after the cut. Now, what will the coach do? The coach can't get out when the cutman gets in. Then the cutman might be, we have to clarify that, because the coach will have to be there, only 1 coach in the box. That's okay.
He can from the platform instruct.
No, the other one can be on the platform.
I know what he's talking
But
about.
the cutman has to be allowed to get in. So otherwise, how will the cutman get into the cut?
Yeah.
So at that time, there will be 2 people in.
On the
I
platform.
think
So
your
they have to
question
be-
is actually, what are the qualifications?
Right, do they have to be a recognized
Okay, now
certified
you
cut
have
person?
to, I don't
You
know
have
yet.
to be,
They
it has to
haven't
be a
said
qualified cutman. That will come, they are not being clarified here, but the cutman will have to have some cutman qualifications. You just can't say,
I'm
there
a
are 3
cutman.
here, and you're the cutman.
Or can a coach have both qualifications? Like,
Well,
actually-
Coach
Okay,
can have
Yeah.
one.
can I word it this way? I think this will clear it up.
Okay.
You're allowed, under the new rules, you're allowed 3 people in a corner. Who the cut person is out of that 3
It
people?
doesn't matter.
Like
It's up
for
to-
instance,
it's up
I
to
do
the 3 of
cuts.
you.
I do cuts, right? So if I travel internationally, we can have 3 people in a corner. I can actually do the cut and coach at the same time. Like I can be both of those
Definitely.
people.
Definitely, the cutman is not nominated as your only cutman, but 3rd man is generally a cutman.
It's up to the team to.
Well, there's no formal certification or recognition yet.
Not yet, not as yet, no.
Okay.
Okay, if you have, okay, so we clarified
But I
that, but
think
I'm just
some-
telling you now, you're allowed 3 coaches, 3 seconds, 2 on the apron and 1 inside. So it's up to the team to determine now for this round who's going in. You don't have to have the same, but as long as the 3 people who are there will stay there, stay seated during the bout, right? And then they can interchange as to who goes in.
And you'll see a lot of times, although you're allowed 3, there'll only be 2 coaches
2,
there.
yeah.
One of them could do cuts.
Okay, but that's, I'm just giving you information that this is a new rule, you can have 3. Sometimes the third person may not be a cut man, but they just want to sit there, and maybe they're training. Yeah?
So
It
the
can be
coach
possible.
and the cut man can go in at the same time, or
No,
you're
no,
still
no,
only allowed one?
only one,
no
either
matter
one.
what.
They will have, this team will have to decide.
Coach will have to coach from
3 of
outside on the
them,
apron.
okay, from the apron he can say, okay, now if this guy is leading to the right, you throw
Yeah.
your right, throw your left, whatever.
But you
Okay?
see, the other thing you gotta remember too is when you have 3 people in a corner, even if you have 2 people in a corner, it's no different than anything else. You're gonna have a plan. If I see my boxer that's fighting, and as soon as I see blood, I'm already making up a plan with the other coach. Okay, I'm going in, or you're going in,
Yeah.
we're gonna take care of the cut. So we only have a minute to operate. So you already have a plan ahead of time set up. When that bell rings, bang, you go into action. It's not like you just run up there panicking, right?
Okay, so at least now you know, for your information, you're allowed 3. So how you go inside, it's up to the team to organize your actions. But what I'm saying to you is once you come in with the boxer, you are there, you should be there seated. You cannot go up and down, get another coach in, get another coach out, because you will be found fault with the supervisor,
And
by the supervisor.
I know some of the provincial organizations are doing some cut things, but I know AIBA's talking about bringing somebody to the national.
Yeah, I mean, it will come, I
And all the
mean,
coaches are there to hold a cut clinic for all the coaches that are there. It's a very simple process, you just have to know,
okay, it's like coaching, it's a specialized field. Not everybody can coach. Not everybody can do cuts. It's a specialized field, you have to know, you have to learn. Because now, when they say, as a cut man, there's a list of things that you can apply on the boxers during the rest period. Before you can only say a colloidon and a stair strip. Now you have other things that you can apply, but if you don't know how it's done, then you should not do it. Like I say, specialized field, not everybody has cut man, okay? But if you do have, that means you are allowed. You can allow that person to be there.
So is that
But
list,
only-
the list of products?
It's
not-
on the
It's in-
rule book, it's on the
But
rule.
it's adrenaline.
It's in the rule book.
Adrenaline.
Okay. But you must know, I mean, you have to know what you're doing with it.
I mean, it's basically 2 things you use in cuts.
Okay, so maybe Mark, later on, you can have this kind of seminar with all your coaches.
Well, I
What they
think
can
that
use as a
down the
cut
road
man.
there, I think down the road there.
Okay, because what we're doing now is I am just touching on different things. We don't have time, we have to finish at 2. Now it's only 1:15 and we haven't discussed the referee's duties yet. Okay, all right, so now, a boxer, the coaches now, there are some prohibitive things that they cannot do in the corner. You can give a small instructions to your boxer. You can say, all right, you can hold that jab, okay, you're going to throw that jab, but you cannot make it loud. You cannot shout, you cannot clap, or you cannot stand and go like this, otherwise you will be given a warning, okay? You'll be the supervisor and the 2 people in the front and the one at the back, the evaluators and the supervisor are in charge of this, not the referee. It's not a referee's job anymore. Referee has nothing to do with the seconds. It's the duty of supervisor and the referee evaluator and the judge's evaluator. They watch the corners, 2 corners during the bout, and if they see somebody who is excessively coaching or screaming or especially inciting the crowd, if you're not happy, you tell the crowd, go like this and then shout. No, you will be given a warning first time, and then if you do it again, you'll be asked to leave the field of play. You can be in the competition venue, but not in the field of play. Next one, you'll be allowed and you will not be asked to come back. Okay? Third offense, then you will be disqualified from the whole competition. And before they do that to the coach, they take the accreditation so they'll know who from the country. Because sometimes countries interchange and sometimes you have so many people, you can't remember the faces, but from the accreditation, they will know who has done it once and who will not be allowed to come back. Okay? So these are things that you should be watching when you are in the corner.
Just one other thing.
Okay,
too.
Mark.
When you get asked to leave the corner, it's like Nieva said, you can stay in the building. You can stay in the building, but you need to be quiet. If you can't, that means it doesn't leave the corner, go back 10 feet and start yelling again. Because they'll just kick you right out of the arena.
All right, so then, when you are in the corner, you cannot use the colored water bottles. It has to be transparent. It has to be clean. You can't give juice, you can't give any other supplements. It has to be, I'm sure, I don't know whether you're given a bottled water like this in the corner, or you bring your own. But it has to be clear container, clear container, okay?
So no more plastic containers.
What, plastic is good.
So is that?
But they don't allow bottles now, because sometimes when people bring in bottles and then they're not happy, then that can become a lethal weapon.
Transparent container is a new rule? That's brand new?
This one?
The transparent bottle?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so any questions on that? Okay, now, also if the coaches has different levels of qualification, they grade them according to 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. 3 star being the highest, and the 3 stars are allowed to accompany the teams for World Championships, Olympic Games, and now they don't have a lot of 3 stars in the world, especially in Asia. But what they're doing now is they're encouraging the federations to, there is a database of coaches. I'm sure AIBA has, coaching, Boxing Canada has database for all the coaches. And in the earlier years, they asked all the coaches to submit their data, and from there, they determine who are 1 star, 2 star, 3 star from the database. But these coaches who are on the list cannot retain their 3 star unless they take the test. They still have to take the examination. So even if the country says you're 3 star, they have examination for 3 stars. So that means you are confirmed 3 star. Or if you're 1 star, then you are confirmed 1 star. And how they determine it now, if you are just starting to have your star levels, right? 1 star coach must have 4 years experience as a coach, or you can have 2 years university degree in coaching or in sport. And your boxer should have reached the semi-final of your regional tournament. So then you can be named 1 star from your federation. Now the 2 star is you have to have 2 star, 2 years, 4 years now, and you need to have your boxer to reach the semi-finals of your national championship. Then you can be classified as your federation as a 2 star. Then the national federation can ask for examinations that says, okay, from our country, we have these people who we classify as 2 star, and we want to have examinations for them. So examiners will come, and then they put you through, I think the 3 star or 2 star is a 7-day course with 2 examiners from other continents. And then they will grade you. They will say, confirm you whether you're confirmed 2 star, or they can upgrade you, or downgrade for that matter. Okay, so then a 3 star is somebody who has, now when this grading comes, 3 star, where you have a boxer who has reached the semifinals of an international competition or confederation competition. For example, your Pan American Games, your what other confederation championships do you have?
Well, there's the,
Pan Am Games and
there's the confederation.
Concacaba, Central American country, Copa Box. Yeah. Not yet, because then after you become a 3 star and you have confirmed from examination, then they will ask you can accompany your team to World Championship as a 3 star. Okay? So all these information are in the rule book, so I'm just touching it, so just for your information. Okay?
Just to add on to that very quickly, so what AIBA is doing in Canada is they're going to be respecting and following up the NCC program, the old one, they're developing a new one. So in order for you to be a 1 star coach, you have to be a minimum level 3 NCCP. And to be a 2 star, you have to be a minimum level 4 NCCP. To be a 3 star, you've got to be a minimum level 5 NCCP.
There's one more thing I would add. If you become a 3 star, you're not a 3 star for lifetime. Periodically, maybe every 4 years, you have to attend competitions, take your boxes for competitions and work, and you retain your So just because you become a one star, doesn't mean for the rest of your life you are one star. You can either go up, or you may not go up, you may be taken out of the list. Even the referee, the same thing. Every 4 years, the referee has to be retested to retain his star level. But there are some competitions, we go to certain competitions, they are almost like retesting. Now, like for example, if a 3-star official from Canada goes to the Commonwealth Games, then his 4 years will start from the Commonwealth Games, where you get re-examined. So in between those 4 years, if you have gone for a major competition, then that would count for his status to continue. But if he's silent and does nothing for 4 years, then he has to be retested.
Okay, now we go to refereeing. Refereeing, I hope it's an interesting topic. Still the same, what is the main concern of the referee?
Looking good.
Safety.
Dancing well.
Looking good and moving good in the ring. Okay, correct? It's the safety of the boxer or health of the boxer. Still the same. Now, you aware of the startup procedure now for when you, as a referee, you get into the ring, okay? You walk into the middle, say walk into the middle. When you get to the middle, you back up to the neutral corner. Back up to the neutral, from the middle, not from the time you enter, because you don't know what's ahead. You can't back up from this corner up to your neutral corner, otherwise you'll trip. So they tell you to walk to the middle, turn around, and back up to your neutral corner. Then you wait. The boxers, when they come, names are announced, then you do the check. So what do you check?
Headgear, glove.
Okay. Okay, now you know that in competitions, boxers have to come in with the gloves on and no head guards. Of course, for elite, no head guards. But for women, for other boxers, they come into the ring without head guards, and the head guards are put on while they're in the ring. Okay, that is a practice. I don't know how you do it here, but this is a practice internationally. When, for example, women's bout, they announce, they come in, gloves on, but then the head guards are put on by the corner, in their corner, while they're inside the ring. Okay? And then, as a referee, then you have to, after you check, right, you ask them to come, red corner, blue corner, ask them to come in the middle of the ring, and then you have to do it's a new rule. What you do is what they call the center instruction. Center instruction. I'm sure when you're watching the professional, you have seen this one. So what they say, you have to make it quick, to the point, and with signals, verbal and with signals. The usual thing we say is, keep your head up, no open glove, no low blow, and no holding. Okay? So only the 4, usually these 4, because these are the main infractions that the boxer usually get into, is they keep the head down. So you tell them, keep your head up, no open glove, no holding, no low blow. And get them to shake hands, send them to their corners, red and blue. You check position of the judges, the 5 or 3 for that matter. Then you check if the doctor is there. You don't need to get signal from him just to see that he's there, he's seated. And you point to the supervisor. Supervisor will give you signal if you're ready to start. When he gives you the signal, time. You just point to the timekeeper, and then he will ring the bell.
So you
Then you say box.
you don't instruct the other judges anymore? See
No,
if
we
they're
don't
ready?
go.
Okay.
No, it has never been done for the longest time. But just to see, turn around and see whether they are in their seats. Right? And before we used to check with the doctor whether he's ready, he used to give a signal, or we ask the computer whether he's ready. No, just after you check, center, the instructions, quick, to the point. Okay?
And you do that
remember
verbally
that.
or with a sign?
You can say, no, sign.
Yeah.
You can say, keep your head up,
Yeah, okay.
no open glove, no holding, no low blow. Okay? And ask them, shake hands to the corner, check around, okay? Supervisor, you don't have to say supervisor, just look at him, and he gives you a signal like this, point to the timer, and then he rings the bell. Announcer will say, first round. When you hear the bell, you say box.
The instructions given in the center of the ring are for both boxers. Don't give it to just one boxer. Because at that point, you do not know whether the boxer is going to make mistakes or not. Generally, you say keep the head up. So you are speaking to both boxers. It's an instruction given to both boxers to comply with certain rules that are normally broken. But don't direct it to just one box, then it will be impartial. You call them both together, talk to both of them. But like the professional, you are allowed to talk to them. But up to now, we were not allowed to talk to the boxers. You tell them only the words box, stop, or break. Other than that, we don't talk to the boxers at all. But now we can talk to the boxers at the beginning, tell them, be careful of your low punches. Right? Be careful of low punches. Some instruction. Don't ask them what the weather is like, but just tell them something pertaining to the boxing that they're going to do. Okay?
Okay, so I think the best way there is if you want to get the attention only at once, at one shot, have them in the middle like this and be a little backward, back up a little bit. So they can see both can see you. But if you're here and they're here, then it's difficult for them to see. Then you will have to turn here, turn there. No, you don't need to do that. Let the boxers be here and be a little off towards backward.
Step back.
And then I'm sure both of them can see you. Just say it, please. Quick, to the point, okay? All right, so now they start. Now, the 4 commands now, used by the referee. I think we said something about it earlier. We usually say box, stop, break, time. It's the new one, time, okay? When the referee says stop, the clock doesn't stop. Normally when he says stop, then he has to have a reason why he's stopping the bout. So you stop to give a caution, okay, to admonish the boxer, to give a warning, to give a KD. Okay. You use the time for some equipment problems. For example, head guards, not for elite men now, but for the others. Or gloves. Sometimes this part of the gloves come loose and you want to get it attended to. And you call time and you take the boxer to the corner and get it looked after. Shoelaces. Okay? And for that low blow, we said you have to call time for that. Okay? So, and then you are asked not to try to use break very often. And now you're also allowed now while you're doing your refereeing to speak to the boxers. Before you cannot say anything, you can only use the 3 words. And of course when you were doing the count. Now you can also tell them if they're holding or you see them throwing with an open glove, you can say no open glove. While you're walking out, says no open glove. And also if you say break and they don't separate, you can also separate them.
You can touch them.
You can touch them now with your hand to break them up. But please don't do it excessively that you're trying to pry them. You control them with your voice. You say break, they must step back. Right? If they don't break, you say stop, and then you show that they should break. But if you say break, and they don't do it, but if they're not really like in a very tight clinch, that you can separate them gently, then you can do it. But now you know you're allowed now to say your commands verbally, okay? And also sometimes when you see the boxer holding, you can even tap the hand down. You tap it down. All these new things.
See?
Okay?
So when the visual signs, are they discouraging the use of this?
No, you still have to do. You still have to give your caution, but you do not. They tell you, please don't stop for everything to give them caution. You give them. For example, while the boxers are boxing, and you see an open glove, when you have the opportunity, you can show that other boxer, You can show, like this. But don't do it while they're exchanging punches, and it distracts the boxers. It has happened in our Asian competition. The referee was trying to show that there's a open glove. The boxer looked at him, and the other boxer got punched. So do it when there is no interchange of punches. Okay? Sometimes as a referee you can judge, you can see the actions. But I'm just saying to you that this is now one of the things that you as a referee can do. You can use your verbal commands, and you can also touch them. But mainly, same thing as in the past, you control them with your voice.
That is
Control
important.
them with your voice.
Voice is very important. But even now, the word stop or box must be very clear and must be heard properly. Don't say box, stop, stop, box. Be firm. Then the boxers know that you're controlling them. There is no question of no dispute. The boxers know that you are the controller. Otherwise you're being controlled by the boxers. And the boxers will do whatever they want because they don't hear, nobody hears nothing about box, stop. Or you are counting 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Keep the count going so they know. That is important. Face to face, look at them clearly in the eyes, so there is no mistake. Don't be shy to be strong. Go in front of a mirror and practice your count. I remember we had a competition in Brandon, Canada Summer Games, and in the bus when the referees are going back in the bus, there's one referee at the back seat saying 1, 2, practicing. Because practicing is count. Go in front of a beach or front of the lake shore. Count, get your voice up. Now, even now I can stop about my voice. When I say stop, there is no mistake in the fact that I have told them to stop.
Especially if there's crowds like this.
You have to, and with the crowd shouting and everybody shouting, the poor boxers don't understand, they don't realize, they don't hear it. And then they get blamed, they get disqualified, they get all kinds of problems. Voice control, that's one of the most foremost important things for a referee. You can be small in size, large in size, big, doesn't matter. If your voice is not, I have seen very 180, 200 pound of referees, their voice is so low that even I can't hear it from the ringside. So be careful, voice control is very important.
Okay. Now, fouls. Fouls the same as before. On page 13 of the rule book, and it's now 1:30, so we're trying to go fast because I have another PowerPoint to show you. Fouls are the same thing, holding, same kind of fouls that you use to administer. Only thing now is speaking, not allowed. You can speak, but they can't speak. Who can? The boxers can't speak. They can't make.
They can't make sound. They can't grunt. They can't punch in their punches. All kinds of noises. You have to control that.
Okay. Then another thing that is interesting is the biting an opponent. Okay. Okay, professional. Okay. I think the same. Holding, punching on the back, the kidney punches, same kinds. I can't go over this with you because we don't have a lot of time. But maybe Claude, you have to get.
It was supposed to be sent out already to all the officials, but
Okay.
it will be sent out.
Okay. Good. Before I show you my PowerPoint is more or less like a review of what we have discussed. Some kind of signal, either so that the referees know that now in 10 seconds the round is going to finish. So in 10 seconds you can get close to the boxers because you're going to stop them. Get close to the boxers, or if you are even trying to think that you are going to warn the boxer, it gives you an idea now. I can't warn because 10 seconds. If you did not have time to warn them earlier, why are you warning them 10 seconds? Unless it's a big violation of the rule. Okay? You can warn them anytime, even if it's 1 second before. But if it's only for holding and they are open glove, they have been punching open glove for the good 3 minutes, and you are only going to give them a warning at 10 seconds before the end of the round, and that is not correct. Okay, so that's why 10 seconds, timekeeper has to indicate something, whatever you devise here, you will have to talk to your timekeeper. But the referee has to be given this indication. And also 10 seconds before the end of the rest period, you also have to indicate that seconds have to be out. So the announcer will say seconds out, right? Then after 10 seconds, then the bell rings to start the next round. So now announcement of the round, announcement of seconds out is now done by the announcer. The other duty for the timekeeper is to stop when the referee says time, and to start when he says box, and to give signal 10 seconds before the end of the round and 10 seconds before the end of the rest period. Okay? Announcers. The announcer is given, I have said that he's given a sheet like this by the supervisor. I don't have that. So the supervisor now fills in the form that says judge number and then 3027, 2037, 28. Okay, thanks. I couldn't find my form. Okay, so this is the sheet for the announcer that the supervisor fills in. After he or she has tallied the scores of the 3 judges from here, and then he puts down here you can put the name of the judge or the number of the judge and the score. So now the announcer will say, like I said earlier, official result, bout number, judge 1, 30-27, judge 2, 30-27, judge 3, 29-28. Winner, red. Points. Or if it is a TKO, win by technical knockout, red. Okay? So that's the duty of the announcer, to announce the bout, to announce the rounds, beginning of the round, and to announce seconds out, and the final results. All right? Any questions? Okay. Now,
But is that,
Mike.
so when you're talking about explaining the 3 things and not going directly to the winner, you're talking about internationally?
Which one?
Like, you were saying like the announcer, how he's gonna announce judge this.
No, it's done internationally.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that sometimes they just read the score.
No, but they have to say judge 1. You have out of
Well, no, I understand that, but they didn't, the couple tournaments I've been at, they didn't do that, they just announced.
Well, I don't know, maybe they're not following the rules.
Yeah.
But this is how we have done it. We have done it in our Asian Junior Confederation championships. We did it at the China Open recently. So this is what the announcer has to read, is whatever the supervisor gives him or her, the announcer has to read the scores of the judges. If you have 5 judges and you only chose the 3, you have to indicate what judges. Judge 1, Judge 3, Judge 5. Okay, so that the crowd or even the team themselves know what judges have given the scores. Please.
Just question, do you have any master's program in the international?
No master's program. No, we have, the AIBA holds,
See, each national federation can have their own rules of competition for their local competitions. They can have a master's program if they want to encourage boxing. They can have exhibition bouts if they want to have. But internationally, there are no exhibition bouts. There are only the categories according to the AIBA rules. But if a country wants to, within their country, they can have competitions of that nature. But generally, exhibitions are not acceptable, because exhibitions don't end up as exhibitions. You introduce the exhibition, but after the first punch, it becomes an all-out bout. So it's rather than call it an exhibition, it's better to call it a bout. Then you can match people who are young and much older. I remember even when we were here in Greenflon, there was a competition where the newspaper person wanted to box. I can't remember who it was, but we allowed him to box against a boxer. That's just for publicity purposes. And those are just only in certain areas, specific reasons for a national federation to decide on. But the rules that we are talking about are the international rules. But you have to prepare your national team or your provincial team to ultimately get to the international level and get them trained to that type of officiating, that type of work. That has to be done. Other than that, it's nice to have all of you. I might have just.
We have another.
I know.
I have to
Two
present.
movers. Remember that we started in Manitoba the same way that you are starting, or you've already gone halfway or more. That is not the point. Now, Jerome and others, Jerome and Mark, we have known them for years from the time that we were in 22. But even though we have gone to AIBA and done very well in AIBA and got all kinds of honors in AIBA, our start was 22. Nieva started
Judging here in 1986.
1986, she became an official in Manitoba for the first time. Like some of you have become first time official. Now she has come up to the international level, gone to Olympic Games. Now similarly with me, I came here in 68 and 71 games in Saskatoon, Winter Games. That was my first officiating in Winnipeg. And from there we have come up all along the line. So that future is all open to you. As long as you are interested in boxing and the passion for boxing, you can continue to develop with examinations and with different tournaments. So good luck to all of you as officials and coaches. And hopefully we'll be able to get a Canadian gold medal like what we had in 88. Our last gold medalist was Lennox Lewis in 88. So that time is about right for us to get another medal at the Olympic Games in Rio. So good luck to all of you, and we'll continue with a small presentation now.
Okay. So now this PowerPoint is more or less like a review of what we have gone through, what we discussed, and this was, you know that this new rule was first used in our competition in Asia, of the Junior Confederation Championship in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. And the referees and judges were given only 2 hours. This was a big surprise to everybody, right? So this is the presentation. Okay, see if I can. Oops. Go on a slideshow presentation. How do you? Just go. I told you. I'm not so technical. Okay. Then. Oh, okay. Good. All right. New rule. These rules was in effect from March 11, and I think we discussed this earlier. Okay. AOB. This is only for the open boxing. Okay. And I think we discussed about the annual medical and the medical bout report by the doctor if there's a KO and TKO, and the ringside doctor has a very big role in this protective measures. Okay, we talked about the 3 coaches. The 2 may mount on the apron, 1 coach of the 2 may enter the ring, and 1 coach on the floor. So also we discussed about the general weigh-in, that on the first day of the general weigh-in, the maximum, minimum, and no tolerance. And for daily weigh-in, only the maximum weight will be controlled. Okay, protest is now, there's no protest on the judges' work. The protest will be on the referees. And in international competition, you have to give $500 with a written protest. And it should be half an hour after your bout, the bout of your boxer that you are protesting. If you're late, it will not be accepted. And you have to say what your particular reason for protesting. But it's only for the referee's work, not the judges. And the evaluation is conducted by supervisor, the deputy, if applicable, referees, evaluator, and judges. That is if they accept the protest. They can say no, there's no valid protest. So in which case, they will not accept your money, they won't accept your protest. But if they accept your protest, you lose your $500. Okay? If they reverse it, they give you back your $450 or $350. They keep $150 for administration. So, okay, now the scoring system is per the 10-point must. So it says here, until May 31st, when the electronic scoring system does not work, judges shall use scorecards to score the points. And for this one, they only use 3 judges instead of 5. And they have a draw commission that assign the referee and 3 judges. In major competitions, we have a person we call an RJ, a referee judge coordinator, who goes to the lounge. The referees and judges are kept in a separate lounge away from the others, and the RJ coordinator will come and tell them who is assigned for this next bout. They bring them to the field of play, and before they enter, as I said earlier, they draw from the ping pong balls the positions that they're going to be at. Okay? Then, after that, the RJ coordinator will inform the supervisor what positions are these judges assigned to. So, questions? If you have questions after each frame, you just raise your hand. Okay? So, next one. So, we talked about the electronic scoring, where you have the computer, that the computer randomly selects 3 out of the 5, and it's information only with the supervisor. The manual scoring system is what we said we can use here, and most of the countries in Asia are using, because they don't have the electronic scoring system yet. So you can operate with 3 judges, or if you want, if you have enough, you can use the 5, and like I said, you can still do the drawing of the judges who you're going to use, or whose scores you're going to consider. All right. Manual scoring system, the referee. So at the end of each round, the referee collects all the cards and delivers to the supervisor. But if you are doing this system, don't straight away after the bout is finished, don't stand in front of the judge and wait there. You can go back to your corner and give them at least 5 seconds to write their decision on the cards. And then you start collect. And when you collect from the 1, 2, and 3. Don't go 1, 3, 3. Don't crisscross the ring. That's why you have to wait for this person here to be finished, that's ready to hand you the score sheets. So you collect from this judge, that judge, and this judge, and then come to supervisor. All right? Okay. So that's it. Couple of seconds to get the scorecards, avoiding to cross the ring. Okay, so at the end of each round, the judge must determine the winner of this round. One boxer must receive 10 and the opponent 9 or less. And it says, we said this, no tie, no 10-10, no 9-9. So you must have a 10 must and the other opponent 9-8 accordingly. All right? Okay, these are your possible results of the rounds. 10-9, 10-8, 10-7. So this, I think we discussed. Any question on this so far? Yes?
No, what happens if you have a dominant round by one person? So it would be
Okay.
normally a 10-9 round, but then the person who would have won that right at the end gets knocked down against them.
Gets knocked down, but
Gets
he's
knocked
still
down.
able to box.
But it was still boxing and
You didn't
stuff.
stop.
Didn't stop, but
Okay,
it's.
so then you will have to score it accordingly. So because you're scoring it round by round. Your first round has already been collected. Second round also, you score, how you score the round has been collected by the referee. Third round, then you have to decide. If it's not stopped, it's only a knockdown, then it's up to you. You have watched the bout, you know who's the one who's leading on points according to the criteria and the parameters that we discussed, and then you score your card accordingly. Okay? Yes, Mark?
You don't get any extra points for knocking someone down or giving them an 8 count, it's still 1 point.
Well, they say it might affect you in your deliberation if it is equal.
Yeah.
So supposing your round is fairly equal, okay?
Right.
This boy got knocked down. So who will you give the round to? Okay. This round, third round, because I'm telling you, only scoring the round by round. So you have given the scores have been collected for the first 2 rounds. Last round, there is a knockdown. But in your mind, it's even. But blue got knocked down. So how will you score it?
Yeah, red would win.
you will give to them, yes, go ahead.
So like, even in this, so like that was the main thing, there is no extra, even though if there's a wild punch that happens that knocks someone
If it's a
down.
wild punch and you think it's not a legal blow, then it cannot
Well,
be
it was,
counted
it was,
as a
it was
legal
a
blow.
perfectly legal blow, it's just like a lucky punch that ends up hurting the
one
guy's
point.
leg.
Plus, like,
Still one point.
Instead of
Still
punch,
on
yeah.
point, yeah, okay.
So
Okay.
you would give precedence to the guy who gave the knockdown over the guy who was dominating, or?
The guy's on.
Yeah, like I said, if everything else is equal,
Yeah.
if everything else is equal, you consider dominance, who's
Okay.
more dominant in this round, okay? Who is more competitive? Who does not infract the rules? Who has better tactics? Okay?
So if you were judging a fight, and say I was judging a fight and I got it in my head or whoever, my system is blue's got 12, red's got 6.
Mhm.
There's 10 seconds left in the fight.
Mhm.
The guy in the red hits the guy in the blue and knocks him down.
Okay,
So now it becomes 12-7.
okay,
We're right, just, that's really just 1 point.
yeah.
So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's how you have to score it, okay? But like I said, if everything else is equal, you have different criteria, and before we say if you got knocked down, oh, did I, okay, no more question? Can we continue? Okay. All right, next. All right, so this is I gave you this scoring sheet, so you have no question on this. You put your score after the end of the round, you submit, and then you start again, start fresh for the second round. And at the third round, you must put your preference. In case of a tie, you have to check whether it's red or check whether it's blue. And don't forget to sign your card. All right, tie bout. Tie round, there's no tie. Okay? But you can have a bout that is tie, I showed you.
Yeah.
This is example of a tie bout. But no tie round. You cannot have a tie in the round. You have to give 10 and the other one accordingly. No 10-10, no 7-7. Oh my goodness, your judges evaluator will give you a big deduction. If you are international, they say you are not capable. Next time you don't do any judging. You sit down.
Do you have any copies of these evaluation sheets, Nieva?
I'll give you some copies. I have some. Okay. All right. So manual system. The judge must appoint the winner of the bout by tiebreaker. So that's the one I showed you to check whether your preference is red or blue. Okay. Now we discuss about this tie bout. Okay. All right. This is the other one. In case of a warning. So what happens is there's a warning, the supervisor will deduct 1 point from all your scores. For example, he's using the score of 1, judge 3, and 5. He will say on judge score, on judge 1, he will put at the end after he or she adds the whole thing, he'll say on red -1. So this has to be done on all the scores of the judges, on the three judges. Any question on this? You ask
Just
me.
want to be clear, the supervisor does the deduction.
Oh,
and
the
then
supervi-
The official just scores it normally,
Yeah.
then the supervisor
Yeah,
adds,
so-
or does.
So your role as a judge is finished at the end of each round. At the end of each round, as long as you fill your forms in properly. Then the rest of the work is done by the supervisor, which is a lot, really. And that takes a lot of time because he has to add up all the scores, he has to write down all the scores. When he gets the last set of score sheets, he has to write those down, he has to add, and he has to make sure that he doesn't make a mistake in addition. Because when you make mistake, you will announce the wrong winner. Right? So you must be good in math, addition. So, and then you have to deduct. And supervisor also keeps track of the warnings. So when you're giving a warning to the boxer, you make sure that you show the supervisor first. You show the boxer the infraction, what you're warning the boxer for. For example, warning the boxer with open glove. You know the procedure for warning. You send the other boxer to the corner, neutral corner. You ask the boxer you're warning to the middle. Show him like this. And then you must show the supervisor because he must know because he's the one who's keeping track and who's making the deduction.
You have to show the judges or just?
The rule says you have to show, but I think it's only for them to know that this boxer has been warned. And if you're making your judgment later on, you know that there's some rule infraction done by him. But not necessarily, because it will not have any bearing with your judging.
And nowhere on the scorecard does the judge now mark a warning.
No.
Okay.
No, you
So
don't
the
even say
supervisor.
anything about warning, it's only done by the supervisor.
Okay.
And even KDs, you don't even put any
No KDs.
indication.
Okay. So the only time that that would come into place then, if I was judging
Uh-huh.
and I'm watching, and I'm judging a fight, and at the end of the fight,
Uh-huh.
I have the score even, I have to decide who's 10-9.
Okay,
Then would I take into consideration that warning?
okay. Are you talking about as a judge?
I'm a judge.
Okay,
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I figure the vote's even.
yes.
Now I gotta pick a winner.
Yes, that
And
will
you got
come
your
into
other
play.
characters,
Yeah.
so now I can say, I
That
can
is
remember
right.
that warning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going
Yeah,
for red
so-
because blue got the warning.
So that's why the rule says, when you give a warning to
Right.
the,
I'll do this.
Yeah.
No.
Right away.
anyway, so
Yeah.
the rule says that when you give a warning to the boxer, you show the boxer the infraction, then you show the supervisor, and you also show the judges. But this, the judges will know that this particular boxer has committed an infraction, and therefore, if you're trying to make a decision on if it's close bout, maybe that might be one of the factors that you can use.
So,
Okay.
okay, so halfway through the bout,
Mhm.
I would not take that, like, if I'm scoring the bout, like, okay, 6-8, 4, 6-4.
You don't have to worry about
No,
that
but,
deduction.
I don't take that,
No.
I don't add any scores
No,
on with the deduction.
Nothing at all. Like I said, warning is not the responsibility of the judge.
Clarified then.
Warning, deduction is not the responsibility of the judges. You do not even, it's just for you to know that this boxer has been warned. You do not do anything to the score.
So I wouldn't.
Like I'm saying, once again, just to make it quickly, supervisor is the one, supposing you're a supervisor.
Yeah.
You keep track of the warnings. On the sheet like this, what we do is to make it, where is that now? To make it easier, you can say on here, when there's a warning, you can say warning for red. W, so that you know one for red.
No, but what Mark is saying, no, I'm judge number one.
Okay,
I have a +2 right now in my mind,
all right.
okay? This warning comes, I'm gonna have a +1.
No, because
No.
warning is not a punch.
Yeah, you know.
Warning, you don't do anything,
Yeah.
Okay.
okay?
That's
That
what
is
I
only
wanted
an
to
idea
clarify.
of when you have
That's a big change.
Yeah.
level or even, that you have no, for example, your score at this point, according to the scoring blows, they're equal. Dominance, maybe they're both the same, equal.
Right.
Tactics, equal. So where do you go? The infraction of rules. The warning might come into play and you're making a decision as to who you're going to choose between red or blue.
So if I'm outboxing Claude, and I know where you're coming from now exactly, but I'm outboxing Claude.
Okay,
I give him a low blow, I take a point away.
okay.
So then, or Claude's outboxing me again, and all of a sudden I take another point away. Or I'm outboxing him. To my point, I still want, as a judge, it's 10-9 for me, and I disregard the two low blows.
You're a judge.
I'm the judge, yeah.
Yeah, you don't
So
worry
it's the
about that.
supervisor, okay, fair
Only
enough.
supervisor is the one that keeps track of the warning.
So that's a big change.
Yes, that's the big one.
That's a
Yeah,
big
you
change.
don't, like I said, all your responsibility is watch the bout, score it accordingly, right? And give your sheet properly filled in. If it's not filled in, then it's a big problem to the supervisor.
But technically, I mean, I guess, I know you guys made the rules up, it doesn't
Uh-huh.
matter. But technically, you're
I
not
believe.
you're not judging, you're not really judging the
Don't
rules
blame me. If
accordingly.
you don't agree with the rules, don't blame me.
No, but it really, in a sense, you're not judging accordingly, because
Well,
there's been two infractions.
I could see how it works, because at the supervisor, he's gonna get a 10-9. And whatever the blue corner warned, the supervisor's gonna minus that.
Yeah.
Take that
Minus
one off.
only
Yeah.
at the end, like you
Yeah.
see here.
No,
Okay, everyone,
Yeah.
supervisor only deducts the point at the end after he has added.
I give my third warning,
Okay,
then the supervisor will indicate it's a disqualification, not me.
okay.
Is that the way that works? I would wait for
You have to
the,
make the call, not the supervisor. Referee makes a call for
You guys
disqualification.
going over the time.
He will not make,
That's okay.
it is your power to disqualify.
Okay.
It is your power to stop, to a TKO.
Okay, no, okay.
Okay?
So you don't wait to get that call?
No, but if you ask the supervisor, what shall I do? Should I warn? Should I disqualify?
Oh, no.
The supervisor will say, oh, you're not a good referee. So nothing has changed, same powers you had, okay? Only some slight rules, some additions, and some things like this. This is, because this sometimes is difficult to understand, because we were used to the -2 points before, and in the olden days, we used to deduct, but it's only now supervisors, okay? All right. That's good. I'm glad we have questions. Okay? Next. All right. I think you have nothing here, no? So it's just about when you don't raise the hand of the boxer. Same way, when the bout is finished, you get them to unglove, and then when you will have to give the supervisor time to add up, because by the time he adds up, he makes the score, the sheet for the announcer, it takes time. So you have to wait to your corner, neutral corner, and the supervisor will signal you when he's ready for the announcement. Then when it's announced, that's the time you either red or blue. But you still have to check the bandages. Yeah? The referee still has to check the bandages of the boxer after they remove the gloves to see if there's something inside. That is the proper procedure, like even in the past. Am I correct, Rupal?
Yeah.
Okay? All right. So, all right. Am I keeping you late?
No, it's okay, go.
Okay, we have this one. I have drawn this. This looks better than my artwork. Decisions. Okay, it calls for technical draw, but this is only in APB and WSB. And also no contest is only APB WSB. So we have discussed all this at length. Okay, this is what I told you about win on points. When you appoint the same boxer, there's a split decision, and 2 judges appoint the same boxer as the winner, and other judges declare a tie. All right, this is clear? Okay. All right, so this is the other one. When an injury caused by unintentional foul, even after the first round, the start of the first round, you have to score the bout. And when both boxers are injured at the same time, for A or B after the first round. Okay, now win on points may be terminated by the referee due to an event that is out of the boxer or referee's control, such as destruction of the ring. I think you asked about that, Mark. Yeah? We discussed this. Okay, so the round in which the boxer is stopped with the score, even if it is a partial round. All right? Okay. Next, TKO injury. Or TKO, this is only number one. One aspect of TKO. The boxer retires voluntarily, the coach throwing a towel. The boxer fails to resume boxing. If the boxer, in the opinion of referee, is being outclassed, and the boxer is unfit to continue and fails to resume boxing after an 8 count. That's a TKO. Okay, it doesn't recover after 1 minute and 30 seconds in accordance with the rule concerning the low blow. And the 30 seconds after he's being knocked out of the ring. Or when the bout is stopped by the supervisor. So this is another thing that the doctor in AIBA, the experienced doctor, if they see that the boxer is punished unnecessarily and the referee doesn't stop the bout, he can tell the supervisor to stop the bout. Right? So this is another TKO.
Can the supervisor stop the bout on his own?
He could. He could, yeah. If he knows that the boxer is punished unnecessarily and the referee is not stopping it, the supervisor can stop it. Okay? And now we talk about the KD. Third KD, 1 round, fourth. So I don't think we need to discuss that because we have discussed it at length. And here is the knockout, TKO by injury. Okay? This injury from correct punches and without receiving punches. Disqualification. He can be disqualified for foul of misconduct, intentional foul. Okay, and the third warning, you automatically disqualify the boxer. Next, knockout. after you count 10 and when you call the doctor. And if both, in the event of double KO, they will lose by knockout, both boxers. Walkover, I think we discussed this, when you known walkover and unknown walkover. Okay? All right, judges. All right, so this, I think, again, we discussed this. Again, it keeps telling us that you cannot have a tie. Every bout must have a winner. Every round, I should say. Primary duties, according to the criteria. And one here is when you're seated at your judge's seat, you should not speak to anyone. Not speak to anyone during the bout. You don't give a sign to a boxer or judge. You cannot leave until the decision is announced. Of course, this is some optional if you have the scoring system. All right. Okay. Now this one, everybody knows, right? Okay. Now we discuss what is a legal blow. We talk about the surface, the scoring area of the body, weight of body or shoulder, not infringing a rule, clearly connected, and must have clear vision of punch. And here is a diagram of what a target area is. Okay? Tips. Okay. Now, okay, this is the usual say you don't rely on the performance of the boxer, even if you know that there's a world champion. You just decide according to what they do in the ring, and you judge them round by round. You know, when they talk about swinging blows, a boxer that tends to swing the blow, sometimes it doesn't turn, and it doesn't turn to connect, so it can end up like an open glove. When they swing, right, it doesn't have, they sometimes cannot turn it to make a legal blow. So you have to watch for these swinging blows. Okay. In fighting, an exchange of several blows when the boxers are close together. And then also, like say, you have to consider combination blows. And we talk about this, you don't give credit for blows while the boxer is infringing the rules. That is the holding and punching, they say. Okay, so that doesn't count. Award your points to the boxing you see, not for what a boxer can do or has done on other occasions. So just because you're a champion last year, or in the last bout, or last championship, doesn't mean you're a champion again. Okay, you have to, these boxers, they peak, they go up, they come down. And give your undivided attention to the competing boxers, and especially if it has to be stopped after the first round in all those situations that we said. As soon as the bell rings, then you can judge for yourself as to who is the winning boxer. All right, referees. Okay, now we discuss about the care, the rules, control. You prevent the weak boxer from receiving undue unnecessary punishment. Okay, when you're disqualifying a boxer, you have to tell the supervisor who you're disqualifying and what's the reason. And here you can consult the doctor in case of emergency. Here we talked about this stop box break time. And this is at the end of the round when the announcement is made. And your authorities as a referee. Okay? You can stop a bout at any time if you consider it a one-sided. When there's a receive an injury on the count of which the referee decides the boxer should not continue, terminate the contest at any stage if this referee considers the boxer not in earnest. So if they're not boxing, right? And you told them to box, you give them a signal to box and still not, then you can start giving a warning. You can warn both, or you can start one boxer. You can warn one boxer first. And if they still do not box, then you can disqualify. Okay? Caution, administer, to ensure compliance with this rule, disqualify a boxer who fails to comply immediately with your referee's command, behaves towards the referee in a very offensive and aggressive manner at any time. Okay, so I said this one earlier, with or without previous warning, you can disqualify a boxer for committing a serious foul. And if you don't have, if it is not stated in the rules, common sense prevails, okay? If it is not in the rule book, common sense prevails. Okay, now we talk about this, what do you check? Gum shield, cup protector, not in the women though, right? Women, you don't check the cup protector. Women boxers, no cup protectors. Okay. All right. Any question on this slide?
One thing I noticed, I was going through, I've seen it online, that mustaches now will not be allowed.
No, a boxer must be clean shaven before the medical. Before they can even go to the medicals, they have to be clean shaven, meaning no beard, no mustache. Okay? They say before they can go, even sometimes they fail them, or they send them back. If the people outside who are doing the passport control, if they go past them, when they get to medical, the doctor will say you have to go shave first before we can do your medical. They don't allow them. They have to be clean shaved before they pass them from medical and then the weigh-in. That is the procedure. Okay. Okay, this is what I talked to you about, the center instructions, short to the point. All right?
So they're wearing blue
You don't
shirts
have, you
now?
don't get, I'm sorry, but you don't get a microphone, huh?
They're wearing a blue shirts now?
This is professional. This is a picture from the professional.
So they couldn't find a
I think
picture
they don't
of-
have, they should have taken one from WSB, because WSB is white and black. Okay, so anyway, that is your centering instructions. Okay, your movements, neutral, calm, don't just stay in one place, try to move around and stay at the open area. You know what an open area? The open side for referees? You know, when there's the boxers are both right-handed, Mark, where's the open side? Okay, the boxers are both, no, what they are, they're not southpaw. They lean like this, huh? Okay. So if you go like this, both sides is all right. Both sides is open side. You can work this side, you can work this side. But if I'm a southpaw, right? Which is the open side? Okay, this is the open side, right? But if, like, see the same way, the same right hand. What do you call them? Orthodox boxers. The same orthodox, same style. Both sides are open side. You can work from here, you can work from here. Right? So as a referee, your movements can be this side, this side. But if you know, thank you, Mark. But if you know that the boxer, if they're both orthodox, one boxer is weaker than the other, you try and keep to that open side of that boxer. But as a referee, you must look at the boxers together, not just one. Don't just pay attention on one corner. You must look at both boxers. All right? Stay on the open side, move around, and do not stay on one side because you may be blocking the view of the judges. You can just go like this. Yes, ma'am.
So if a referee, and I mean it happens, right, because the bouts change quick, if he gets caught on the side where he shouldn't be, he shouldn't be calling anything,
Yeah.
right?
Because especially when you're behind the boxer. Okay, I stand here, Mark stands there, and you are here, and you say stop.
Like if this
For
guy
what?
threw, if this guy, because I seen one time the guy threw,
Oh,
it
yeah.
wasn't a low, and he called a low blow, but he was
Yeah,
in
but
the-
how can you see? You can say, okay, he's there, I'm here, and you're behind me. And you say stop. And what for? What did you see? You didn't see anything? You didn't see whether I gave him a low blow? All right, so don't be caught behind the boxer, stay in the middle. Be in the middle all the time. That's why you're asked to move around, okay? So follow the boxer, and when the boxer are in the corner of the ring, right, at the ropes, and you want them to they're clinching, or you want to stop them. They're clinching, and you want to break them. What command do you give?
Stop.
Okay, why do you say stop? Why not break?
They can't, well, one gun might set backwards.
Correct, okay? That's right, that's why you say stop, because you say break, where can they go? They can't step back on the ropes. So that's why you say stop and take them out from that corner. Okay, but you always, when you have to say stop, you must have a reason why you're stopping it. You can't say stop and what? What did you say stop for? You can say stop, you open glove, or stop, you are holding. Okay? All right. And they say stay alert, you shorten your distance. When it's a difficult bout, keep your distance but not too far away. So that when you say stop, if the boxes are there and you're here and you say stop, you can't intervene right away. You will have to have so many steps before you can intervene. So when you see that they're fighting, or there's some punches, and that's why you have to get closer. Or when you hear that 10 seconds, like I told you earlier, you know that the round is going to finish. So you can end the round right then and there when it rings. Okay, and also when there's a great deal of noise. Okay, here it says stay at the dominant or open side. And positioning when both boxers are off the same stance, you can work both sides. Or if one of the boxers appear to be fatigued or weak, work that open side whenever possible. Okay, 1 minute rest. That this is the rest. That 1 minute you should not disturb the corner because it is their rest time. Right? You don't go and do something and say something to the coach. And you must always look at the boxers to see what's happening in the corners. And also, this is the time that say to tidy yourself up, supposing your shirt got undone. This is the time that you can tuck your shirt in or wipe your perspiration ready for the next round. Okay? And fouls. Now, we said you have to decide whether it's accidental and intentional. The type of foul, point deduction, disqualification. And you all don't say, they said you don't always have to call time. Do it especially for potentially harmful and unsafe situations. But for our purposes, when we were at the China Open, we have devised this that when you say time for low blow, for this boxer coming out of the ring, and for equipment problems, equipment fixing. Fouls, okay, so we discussed this. Okay, 6 characters that distinguish a great referee. Good judgment, knowledge of the rules, movement and positioning, general ring mechanics, you identify the right time to start an 8 count, and identify the right time to declare a TKO or a KO.
So you can bring the doctor in to evaluate anytime?
For injury.
For injury anytime?
If you think you need to, but the rule of the thumb is what the medical doctors in AIBA are saying, if it is only a small nosebleed, okay, you can yourself wipe it off. You take them to the corner, wipe it, and put your gauze into the bag. Right? But if you see that there's a profuse bleeding, right, then you will have to take it to the doctor because you don't know whether there's broken or arterial something that has broken there. You know what I'm talking about, Mark?
Cut below the eye, you can wipe it with your gauze, but cut above the eye is more dangerous. The blood can flow into your eye. So you have to be careful the cut above the eye or below the eye.
So when you have the boxer checked out by the doctor, do you call stop and then time?
Yeah. So I have time, stop and time.
Time?
Yeah,
And then you
and
go
the
to the
doctor
doctor.
can come in and check the boxer. And also, if you're doing, for example, while the bout is going on, and you saw the glove has to be attended to, you say stop, okay? And then while you're taking to his corner, you say time, so that the timekeeper can stop the time. All right? Okay. Now it says never allow spectator to influence decision. Be strict without being severe. Okay. Now this pointing of the finger is very. Other officials are very sensitive to this. You know, when you say stop, and you have to admonish the boxer. You don't say stop. You don't go like this. You go this, and you're going to show that there is an open glove. You say stop, and then show them the infraction. Never use your pointing finger. Because a lot of people, they get,
Certain cultures,
that culture, this is not good practice,
good practice.
right? So this is good, as a good referee. Don't use this pointing finger. Because they say it intimidates the boxers. You should be nice, you should be friendly, but at the same time, you should be strict. Okay. Be sure to use the whole hands, as this projects a better image and maintain respect from the competitors. Move alertly, never give commands. If boxers have their back to you, okay, we talked about this. So you must be in the correct position when you are giving your commands. And you have to distinguish between infighting and clinching. Okay, a clinch occurs when one boxer or both boxers lead, and for a moment their arms become locked. So this is not an offense. Normally when they clinch, they come out of the clinch on their own. So you don't need to say break. You wait, give them time to come out from the clinch. All right? It's when they clinch and the other person holds down the arm and locks it like this. Then you have to call the stop and give the caution to the boxer who's offended. All right. Now, we're getting there. I'll say do not walk backwards. Don't give command break too quickly or too often. So, insist one boxers. Okay, so when you say break, both of them should step back. And if they don't break, you say stop and you show them break. Okay? They must step back. There are some smart boxers who don't step back. You say break, and then they punch the other guy immediately. So you have to be watchful for this.
Especially in this system. It's gonna be
Yeah. When you say break, the other boxer is following your rule, the other one doesn't. Okay, so, and then avoid say stop or break many times. After the command voice, it is necessary to use the hands to touch the boxers to separate them. Okay, this we talked about. When you can say you say stop, and they will not separate or break, then you can separate them with your hands. Okay, do not turn on the boxes, but move to the center of the ring and turn back to the neutral corner. Okay, they have the great responsibility to avoid cuts, take care of the clash of the heads. Caution, warn the boxer, headbutt. In case of an accidental clash, allow one or both boxers to recover, then continue the bout without stand count. Only caution for both boxers. Okay? Like for everybody, we always say read the rules. The rule books are there for you to read. If you know the rules, then it will easy for you to apply when you're in the ring or when you're judging. Attend seminars. Carefully watch boxers during each round and intervals. Keep an eye on the ringside doctor. So, because sometimes if you're doing your refereeing, and you always say once in a while look at the supervisor, because maybe your count you forgot that you have already given 3 counts and you didn't stop the bout, right? Or you have there's something there, for example the shoelaces, or something that the supervisor will give some directions and signals to you. So once in a while, look at the front. Okay, low blow, I don't think we should discuss this because caution. Okay, number of cautions before a warning is the discretion of the referee. We said that before, we used to say, if you give 3 cautions, you must give a warning. But that is not the case anymore. You have to, as a referee, you have to decide. And common sense. Knockdowns. Okay, this again, we also discussed this. So I hope we don't have any more questions on this. Countdowns. It's now clear? Okay. And announcer, how the announcer, the entrance of the boxer, 10 seconds out, rest period. And okay, so this is the announcer sheet. Coaches. All right. Once again, we discussed this already. Supervisor. I think we don't need to know this. You can read this in the rule book. Supervisor, what used to be called technical delegate. And now the supervisor has so many work. Okay, this is when you are at the competition, the duties of the supervisor. Okay, before competition. You know what ITOs are? Have you heard of them? They are international technical officials. You have the supervisor who is the one who is the head of the competition, in charge of the whole competition, and you have ITOs. We have the evaluator and the judges evaluator, referees evaluator. You have the referee judges coordinator. We have someone we call equipment manager, and draw commission. Draw commission are the ones who assign the referees and judges for every bout. So these are what we call the international technical officials. And they conduct the meetings internationally every day. Before the start of the session, the supervisor and the evaluators meet with all the referees and judges to discuss mistakes, things to be improved. Okay? I think we will skip this. Okay, and this is the form for the supervisor. Okay, this again is a work of the supervisor. Same. Evaluator. Okay, this form here is the one used by the referee evaluator. So you can see here that for your every mistake, there's a point deducted. And the most point is when you don't give account, when you're too late to give account or too late to stop a bout. You get minus 8 points deducted from your 50 points. They do 50. When you're being evaluated, there's a 50% allotted for refereeing and 50% allotted for judging. And whatever mistakes you make is added up and then taken out from 50. Right? So this is the form that's used by the referee evaluator. And this is the one by the judge evaluator. And there's you can see that it is used for 5 judges competition. Because they said there's a point deducted for a clear 4-1 in the round and a 4-1 in the final decision. And the second criteria there says does not apply scores based on criteria. If the bout is one-sided, for example, if it is one-sided and it should have been 10-7 and you give 10-9, you're not watching the bout. Or the other way, if it is a close bout and you say 10-6, then something is wrong there. You're not watching the bout. You're not watching the proper bout, the correct bout. All right. So I have this. I can give you copies of this so that your officials can use them.
There is one other criteria that has to mention. The intensity of the bout is important. Now you might get an easy bout, and
yes.
you might have a judge doing very well in an easy bout. But if it's a difficult bout, and it doesn't, depending on the difficulty of the bout, there will be deduction of points accordingly.
Yeah. So it is you. Sometimes it's not your fault that you have been assigned to an easy bout, but you cannot have 50 points because the bout is very easy. You did not have a mistake. You didn't have to call caution because very easy bout, right? Punch here, punch there, no infraction, nobody is doing any fouls, right? So you cannot have a 50% for that. So easy bout, if you have an easy bout, you get minus 10 points deducted. It's not your fault, but I mean that's the way it is, right?
I mean, you don't get easy bout every time.
Yeah, and then
It evens out. But
But if you have a tough ball, you don't get a plus 10.
the next, if it is it's a tough one, difficult, 0 deduction for you. 0 deduction. And if it is, like I say, as a competitive, it's in between easy and difficult, you get only minus 5 points deducted.
it's fair, because otherwise, if someone gets 5 easy bouts and some others get 5 hard bouts, you can't evaluate both of them the same way.
Yeah.
So do these have to be now completed votes?
Yeah, these are, okay, so what happens is during the bout, internationally, you have the supervisor here and you have the referee evaluator, and he has this form in front of the other one. You have the form in front of him, and
Evaluates every bout.
he watches how you're moving. Okay, so it says here, no clear instructions or signal. Okay, bad movements, unnecessary stoppages. So he watches all this and then he makes a deduction accordingly. So for example, you did not start the bout properly. You forgot to give the center instruction. Or you didn't check with the supervisor to start the bout and you started it. So all these things count. So maybe -1, and if you do it the second round, third round becomes -3.
Right.
And all these minuses will be deducted from 50 points.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is when we used to do the evaluation, it didn't, you needed to do 10 bouts in a competition before you could
This
do
is
your
bout by
upgrading.
bout. This is
No,
for every
but
bout.
they didn't, if you didn't have a completed bout, it didn't get
Ah,
counted
okay.
as one of
If
your
it
bouts
is-
towards evaluation.
So if it is first round, you can't really evaluate
Right.
first round. Normally, it has to go to third round. If it's TKO third round, then it's worth evaluating.
Okay.
Right? But if it is first round, 10 seconds finished, you can't evaluate that. Okay? So, okay, that's all the questions you have? And again, for the referees, judging. Any more questions? Any more, are we all clear? I'm sorry that we really run out of time because when we did this seminar in Asia, we had a whole day for the coaches, alone for coaches, and we had another whole day for the officials.
Well, we're very lucky, to have
Thank you very much.
One last bit of advice, when you are judged, there are only two people, red corner